Hello, hello, hello. How are we doing? Apologies for being slightly late there, or very late there. Um, I was a little bit late starting because I kind of got sidetracked trying to help Ziddick. Um, did Ziddick manage to get anywhere, Guitar Lillard? And Larvy, appreciate the lurk. Jade, hello. And I see the credits are once again still staring. I love the fact that it's getting complicated over there, so you came over here where we're doing Greg Tech stuff. Now remove the redstone idea again. I'm not sure what he's about to do. Oh, dear. Why did he remove the redstone idea? That honestly seems like the most logical solution to it, but that's just in my head. At least I know what I'm doing. Mostly, yeah. Mostly. Not always. Okay, I have a lot of stuff I want to get done today. Ziddick does have a habit of overcomplicating things. Overcomplicating things. You got no idea, Anthony, when the arguing started? Oh, God. Was it... I'm hoping the arguing was just between him and Elfie. I think Elfie... it does sound a lot like Elfie gets kind of frustrated with him. Right, let's repair my tools a little bit. Okay. So today, what I want to do... wait, hang on. Yeah, the 64 MV circuits that we started crafting at the end of last stream are done. May have been a part of keeping your ground on stone and blank slate not being able to be in the altar at the same time. No, you're absolutely correct about that. They can't. They definitely cannot be. But yeah, okay, the plan for today. I want to get some power storage going. We're going to have to use the Ender IO capacitor banks. I actually meant to do some testing with these after the stream yesterday, but I completely forgot. Because I'm still not entirely sure how much they can actually output. And I'm not sure we've got an easy way of testing without being in creative. But I don't actually know. We probably can. We probably can. But anyway, the plan is to make some of the capacitor banks. I would like to make... I'm kind of thinking 22 of these. I'll explain why in a moment. This is dependent... This will kind of... How many I make will kind of depend on how the transfer... What the transfer rate is between them and whether it changes if there's more of them or like how it works. It will depend on that. Because basically, if it will only... Because the way it used to work, you used to be able to extract the extraction amount essentially per connection to the capacitor bank. And I don't know if it's the same way now. If it is, then basically the more connections we have, the more we can extract at one time. So we need to make it have like more places to connect to it, so to speak. But that's good. That's something to look at in a little while. But that's something I want to make. The reason I want a capacitor bank and some power storage is basically it would be nice to be able to turn off my power generation when it's not needed. Because right now, when it's not needed, it will basically just drop down to still using fuel, but it will just continue going at like 100, like a 10% of its capacity, but it will still keep burning fuel. I kind of want that to stop. So what I want to do is be able to, when the power storage fills up, basically send a signal through to all of these and turn them off. That's the idea. So that's one of the things I want to get done today. So we're going to need to get better power storage. I'd like to get better power generation as well. We're hopefully going to do that via numismatic dynamos. And I'd also like to get to stainless steel today as well. Yeah, you think you can think again about how to get yourself to some iron? Oh, is this in Techopolis? If you're thinking about iron already, you're already ahead of me. Did you get like your automation go all right? Is everything still working with it? How you doing, Free? Okay, so those are the plans. But one thing I do want to do before I do anything else, I think, is make another one of these. Make another EBF. I'll also get nickel coming in as well. We are going to need nickel soon, so if we can get the whatever hostile neural networks thing we need for this. Oh, that's actually not bad. 16 EU per tick with a simulation supercomputer at LV. Obviously, but that's actually not bad. Right, okay, so we need the slime data model. Heads, then time slicer. Wait, what's that? I fully automated chapter 2 in cabin yesterday. Still got to do 2A and 2B though. Nice. I'm looking forward to getting back to playing cabin at some point in the not too distant future. I've not had the time. Plus, I've been very sidetracked by SevTech Ages. I honestly, I knew I was going to enjoy playing SevTech Ages again. I didn't think I'd enjoy it quite as much as I have been. I need to copy some cards. Wait, why can't I? Oh, it's good. Because I had something in my offhand. Need to copy those. And paste them into there. Now, hopefully... There we go. Now we just got to wait until we get a slime prediction, and we will have nickel coming in. Don't want to get ahead and risk spoilers. Hey, if you want to play more of it, Guitar Lil, and don't let me playing it as well, like, stop you. And generally, as far as anyone goes, like, you are one of the people I'm least worried about giving me spoilers. You are generally very conscious about, like, what you're saying. Honestly, if you want to play more of it, please don't stop playing on my account. Right, okay. EBF. We are going to wall share with this one for now. Hopefully we can get to MV energy hatches today as well. I'm hoping. If we can upgrade the power. We can kind of feed a little bit more power into these and actually make things a little faster. But we do need a cutter and laser engraver and what have you, which we're going to need to do very soon anyway. But not right now. But right now, we do need our electric best friend. EBF. Alright, what else do we need? We are going to need an input hatch. Which, I'm just going to make a bunch of steel plates for now. New create item transport stuff is 2B, 2A for thermal machines. Okay. When do you get to the things like the frog ports and stuff like that in cabin 3? You know. You found. Oh wait, what did you end up using it for? The only thing I've used it for so far was I bought a netherite construction stick, and it absolutely was not worth it. It definitely was not worth it. It didn't even last me long enough to do my flooring. Buying flour. Ah, yeah, that's something I'm probably going to have to do as well, isn't it? Because you need the dyes to be able to make the focus things, don't you? If I remember rightly. I really wish I could remember the names of things, like, without when that thing isn't right in front of me. I'm so bad at that. Wait, I'm gonna need a lot more than one casing, aren't I? Because we're gonna need an input port. We're not gonna need an input or output hatch at the moment, I don't think. We are gonna need maintenance, and we are gonna need a muffler, though. Plus the 2 energy hatches. What, 5 in total? Right, so those and tin cables. Do I have a chesticle? I do have a chest. Beautiful. We need 1 input bus. We need a maintenance hatch, which we may as well do in here. Why can I never remember what the circuit is for this either? I think it's 8 or 4 or... Yeah, it is 8. The 2B unlocks the packager. Ah, okay. I'm assuming the packager does still have uses like outside of the frog ports, because that was the only time. I think when I was playing around in creative and testing it, that's the only thing I saw. How do these circuit numbers in GregTech work? Basically, it just gives you a way of using the same ingredients inside one assembler. So basically, different recipes will use different circuit numbers, and that will essentially change what the output of the recipe is. So say you've got something that uses, say, iron plates and a chest to make a hopper. If you put that, those iron plates could also potentially make, say, an iron casing of some kind. I can't actually remember if there is an iron casing or not. You could differentiate between which one of those recipes it chooses by using the circuit. And it's basically just allows you to do more different recipes within an assembler, within the different machines, without having to kind of have a completely different type of machine for each thing. Essentially, just think of it as an extra crafting ingredient that you don't actually have to make. I think that's probably the best way to look at it. I have run out of tin rotors. It probably wasn't the best explanation of it, honestly. But it's essentially just a way of it's essentially another crafting ingredient and a way of avoiding recipe conflicts. Put you on the spot. I mean, to be fair, you're kind of always on the spot when you're streaming. And I don't have the best memory of things when they're not like directly what I'm doing, which is why I always forget the names of stuff. I can remember the kind of the general concepts, just not the details. I'm curious though if there is an easier way of me showing this. Yeah, okay, so there you go. Like this is a good example. If you were to put 7 iron plates in wanting a cauldron, if you didn't use the program circuit in there, you could potentially get an iron trapdoor, for example. 4 iron plates would turn into an iron trapdoor, then you'd be left with 3 left over and it wouldn't work. So this basically just tells it what to craft. Yes, Guitar, and they are a lot easier to remember the names of. Because they're very descriptive. So it just makes life a little bit easier. Wait, what was I making? Muffler. Sometimes, yeah. Usually it's somewhere along those lines. It's quite often the case with like the casings and things like so. For example, you need 8 steel plates to make the casings. All of the casings will be on kind of circuit 8. For example, if you use circuit 8, you'll like all of the various casings, anything that uses anything like that is going to be on the same thing. I guess technically this also works with 8 as well, because it's got 6 glass panes, 1 glowstone dust, and the light blue dye, so that's 8. But yeah, I guess it does kind of match up with that, yeah. You know, I honestly hadn't really noticed that before. I hadn't paid enough attention to that. But it does look like that is the case. Probably, yeah. Well, it's not technically lapis, it's blue dye. Blue dye is made slightly differently in this. In that you need the fluid blue dye you need sulfuric acid, the dye, and salt. And that will give you, well, one blue dye will give you 288 millibuckets. So it would essentially be one lapis would be 288 millibuckets. Are we almost done with that? No, we're not even close. Alright, I'm going to have to switch some of that out because I need... What do I need? Bronze... Yeah, bronze pipe. Well, final pH still be acidic? I mean, I don't think they're taking pH value into account, really. There's only so much you can really do with the realism, I guess. Oh, have we had a, nickel. Oh, shit, we can also get platinum nuggets from these as well. Didn't actually realize that. Alright, there we go. We've got a muffler. Now we just need the 2 LV energy hatches. No, that's unfortunately one thing it can't do. So generally you do have to have at least one assembler for each different circuit you need. But it actually works out quite nicely because it means that obviously at that point you're not waiting for one assembler to finish. It gets a little easier when you get the multi-block assemblers where you can have with the multi-block assemblers you can have dedicated hatches. Or dedicated buses, rather. Which basically means that the items you put into one bus are essentially taken as one recipe, and for each of those input buses, you can put a different circuit on. So you can just have one multi-block assembler for all of it. That's a lot later on. That's something we aren't going to get to anytime soon, unfortunately. Right, I need... Oh, of course I need 2 iron rods. Make a few extras. It would be nice if there was a way to get the ME system to automatically switch between the different circuits, though. That would be incredibly nice. Okay, what are we doing? We're making LV energy hatches, which I actually already had selected. Need 2 iron rods, 32 steel wire, fine steel wire. Speaking of circuits, do I need one for this? Yes. And we're already on the right one. Beautiful. Birdie, thank you for the hydrates and the posture check. It doesn't have Super Factory Manager. No, it wouldn't help anyway. How you doing today, Birdie? we go. 2 energy hatches. What are we going to need? It's another, I think it's another 10 coil blocks we need. So 2, 4, 5. Yeah, another 10 coil blocks. Think nothing like CT tweaks or anything like that would actually help in this situation. Right, if we need... Basically, we need, for each one of them, we need 8 cupronickel and 2 bronze. So, 80 cupronickel, 2 bronze. And as per usual, we have no cupronickel. Thankfully, we do have a shitload of copper now, though. So... And we will be starting to get nickel in as well, which is nice. But no, something like GregTech, like there's very little that you would need something like CC Tweaks or Super Factory Manager for. Everything is everything you can pretty much do any of the all of the automation with what you have available within GregTech. I've only ever played with GregTech a long time ago, and did a little bit. You don't remember much. It's a mod pack with Lost Cities in it. That might well have been Omnifactory. Or Nomifactory. Because all of these, including this one as well, this one does also have Lost Cities in it. Got one down there. Another one over there. It does have Lost Cities in it, and that's actually where all these things are from. These kind of grids of tunnels. That's the only one I can think of that starts you with Lost Cities. Right, how much cupronickel did I say I needed? 80? And 20 bronze. Want to use Lost Cities somehow? I really like Lost Cities. So probably Nomi or Omni? Yeah. I never got very far with the original Omnifactory. I never enjoyed it for some reason. I don't know what it was. But then when Nomifactory came about, I found that a lot more enjoyable. Oh yeah, shit, we need tin alloy as well, don't we? I need 10 tin alloy. Hey, look at that. We've already got it. So 16 of those. And it was 2x cupronickel coil, cupronickel ones we need, right? Oh, there we go. There's the coil blocks. Okay, so we have to move things around a little bit here. Let's take those out of there for now. And you are done. Those back in there. Alright, I guess I couldn't just move the output hatch to the back of there for now. Import bus. We're gonna have to change the buses so they are facing the front, I think. Anything interesting in that mod outside of cities? Honestly, not really. It is mostly just about the cities. I feel like I need to do this slightly differently because I don't like I don't like this kind of like this. Plus, also, I really don't like the step assist thing from the exoskeleton legs. But I have no idea if you can turn that off. It doesn't seem like it. That's the muffler hatch. That was not what I wanted. We want those. Maintenance hatch will go on the front. And then we just need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think of the heat-proof casings. We got one. Those as well. Alright, so heat-proof casings. Gonna need Invar. And how many of these did I say we needed? 7, I think? There's 3 more of these recipes. Although we may as well, we can always make a few more. That would not be the worst idea in the world. I want to make some more Invar as well. We keep needing more of that. I should actually start getting the outputs of these going into... Actually, that's not an awful idea. No, we don't need to do it at the minute. It's not like we have to travel far to get to this. Just me being lazy. Alright. So we need Invar frames. So we are going to need a bunch of Invar rods as well. And it works with 4,096 blocks. How am I going to manage? Guess I'll calculate. Never mind. I can live with 256 chunk radius. Wait, which... Wait, what is that? Is that the flight thing? What's the 4,096 blocks? Oh, the simple storage. Okay. I think you might just about live with 256 chunk radius. Hopefully. How are you feeling, Em? Okay, right. What do we need? I'm looking forward to getting my hands on the flight block. That's kind of what I'm looking forward to at the moment. Getting tired of running from automated machine to automated machine. It's time to start connecting everything to one place. I'm actually curious when we get access to flight and logistics. I've not looked far enough ahead to see where we get access to it. And I needed one less of these. And, oh, I do need another 4 amp converter though, don't I? Right, wrought iron plates. Thin cables. Hopefully by the end of the day we can have MV, the MV Hatches. That'd be nice. Or ramp, what mod is that from? That's a Greg Tech thing. Basically, the power system works based on kind of amperage and voltage, rather than just having a it needs this amount of whatever power unit it is. The power tier and the voltage tier and the amount of amps it uses kind of differs. Yeah, a little bit. It's not quite real world, but it's a little closer than normal Minecraft machines. There are a lot of tiers. You are not wrong. Actually, I'm not sure how many of them exactly they use in Moni now. You only went up to UHV, I think, in Monifactory. I think we go a little higher in this. Yeah, we've got max ones, UIV, UEV. No, I think it only went up to UV in Nomi. Now we've also got UHV, UEV, UIV, and max. Kind of curious what we need for the final circuits. That's a lot of stuff. Liquid Omnium. The joys of Greg Tech. Alright, so we need that. I'm actually hoping I've still got LV circuits. I'm not 100% certain. Oh, we've got 42. We're fine. We're good. Right, we need a few of those. Do I have... Oh, I've used all my laser nodes up. God damn it. Oh, I actually have used up all my laser nodes. What the shit? The sooner I can get all this stuff auto-craftable, the better. Okay, that'll have to do. We are obviously going to need a lot more of the laser nodes soon. But as of right now, that will have to do. Right, I think rather than kind of daisy chaining these, I think I'm just going to connect this directly to this. Then if we do need to change either of them, they are connected separately. So if I need to change this for whatever reason, I don't need to then reconnect everything. We have power. Are you connected? You are connected. All right, what do we still need to do maintenance-wise? Screwdriver, mallet, hammer, wire cutter, crowbar. Why are none of my things in there? Screwdriver, mallet, hammer, crowbar, wire cutters. There we go. Right. Now we just need a barrel. For the input, We could do a combined... Actually, do you know what? We should... Do I want to do a combined input? No, I don't think I do. I think I'd rather do them separated. Okay. So, first things first, we are going to need... Because we want to make vibrant capacitor banks, we're obviously going to need a whole lot of vibrant alloy. A whole lot of vibrant alloy, in fact. And electrical steel, and really that's it. Electrical steel and vibrant alloy. In order to make vibrant alloy, we need energetic alloy. I've just realized we're not going to have any ender pearls, are we? If I make 8 stacks of this, that's going to be 4 stacks of gold, 2 stacks of redstone, 2 stacks of glowstone. Let's take a lot of gold. We actually we need to get gold coming in as well, don't we? We need to get the... what is it? I think it's the... what are they called? The stupid swimmy mobs. Fuck, what are they called? Guardians. That's the one. I could not remember the name. Although I do feel like stupid swimmy mobs is perfectly reasonable to use for that. Alright, and these are with no circuit. Do I have... Well, I know I have a mixer somewhere, but where the hell did I put it? There it is. Annoying things. Yes, exactly. Drowned would also fit that description as well, yeah. That's true. What do I need for the Guardian prediction? A Prismarine shard. Prismarine shards. We just need a piece of nether quartz. Okay. Oh, we've got Prismarine crystals already. Kelly Bobs. They're not watery though, are they? Did I mention water? I think there's like annoying watery mobs. I don't know. I can't actually remember what I said at this point, so it could well have been anything. Right, how much is the Guardian prediction going to be? 1024. I think we can live with that. We are going to need more power gen very soon, though. We can only fit one more data model in here. Before we're going to need another, need to upgrade our setup a little bit. Works. Annoying swimming mobs. That's the one. Yeah, okay. But yeah, that could easily have been drowned or guardians. Was I was waiting. Right, put that out there. We'll grab our golds. And we will start this processing now. Hopefully. Ta-da! We have EBFs. Plural now. The lighting updates from that really annoy me. Oh, actually, can we make steam? Can we make GregTech steam? Like the fluid heaters. Will these make more than the thermal boilers? That's what? 960 millibuckets in 30 ticks. Or 1.5 seconds. 32 millibuckets per tick. How much do the boilers from... And also, I don't even know if the steam from those will work in... other things. How much do these make? Well, I know it consumes 600 millibuckets per tick. But I don't know how much it makes. I'm pretty sure it's more than the GT heaters, though. Don't have any swimming annoying mobs outside of the Guardian. Drowned. Drowned were the other ones that the guitar Lila mentioned. Those are also annoying swimming mobs. Although arguably less annoying than the Guardians. Yeah, we've not got to a point of storing ender pearls yet. That's actually a little bit brutal. Because we're going to need ender pearls for the vibrant alloy. Oh yeah, they're easy. Guardians are easy as well. In fairness, they're just... It doesn't stop them being annoying, though. Right, we're up to 2007 predictions. Oh, the problem is, though, we're only making enough for, like, 6.2. It's going to be a while before we get to actually keep any ender pearls. I think I might... And if somebody could remind me of this later, I'm going to turn off the extraction of ender pearls there. If somebody can remind me later... Oh, wait, actually, I've got a better idea. I have signs. Do I have any white dye? No, but I do have a glowing sack. There we go. Hopefully that will help me remember. Because I need to turn that back on later. But we're also going to need ender pearls at the moment, so that we can actually make the vibrant alloy a little bit later. I've just realized I don't need to be cooking this, do I? Although, that being said, we do still need some more energetic alloy as well. So, I think I'm gonna... The stuff that's already cooking we'll leave to cook. If we can get... Actually, if I can make sure I've got 4 stacks of energetic alloy turn into vibrant alloy, I'll be happy. Let's put those in there for a minute out of the way. But that does mean that we are going to need 4 stacks of ender pearls. Have we got any other way of getting ender pearl dust? I don't even know if that's going to be enough, honestly. No, the only way we've got to get these is literally ender pearls. Or distilling liquid ender air, which we can't do yet. Or beryllium dust, potassium, and nitrogen, but we haven't got nitrogen either. Although that's actually not a... Oh, it also requires HV. Okay, so we're kind of at the mercy of waiting for ender pearls now. Which so far it seems we haven't actually had any more. Oh, which we won't do because we're waiting for this. Because we need this to produce gold for us. Okay. Right, so... Right, the reason I want to do 22 of these vibrant capacitor banks, by the way, I'll show you using cobblestone. Basically, the way I want to configure the capacitor bank is kind of like that. And then we can have slices of this. That way, we can put two nodes in here. And then we've got access to 5 different sides that we can pull or insert or extract from on either side. And we can have all the ones inserting into it on one side and all the ones extracting onto it on another side. That's the idea. And then we can use one of those nodes to read the amount of power in the capacitor bank. Once it gets past a certain point, turn off all of the dynamos, and then when it drops again, turn them back on. That way we only ever have them turned on when we need them. And what would be nice if I could set it as a kind of a, it turns off when it gets full and then turns on again when it drops below a certain point, would be nice. But then we can expand this and expand it like that and then have more connections in here. Although I'm in two minds about whether it would be better to do something like that. What do you mean if you go one higher, you can use both of the intersections? I'm confused. But how do you mean, Birdie? Up and down. Well, yeah, but which bit up and down higher? Do you mean as in move the entire thing higher? The reason I also want this to look somewhat aesthetically pleasing as well. But the other thing is we don't know at this point how much each of the capacitor banks can extract, and whether that changes based on the amount of capacitor banks as part of the multi-block. So I don't want to commit too much to anything right now until we figure that out. So we're gonna have to do a little bit of testing because there's every chance it's changed since the old Ender IO capacitor banks. So that's kind of what's in my head at the moment. And each one of those slices would be like 11 capacitor banks. Bearing in mind these are going to be quite expensive. So say we just did 2 slices of that. That would be 22. That would mean we'd need 44 advanced capacitor banks and 88 basic capacitor banks, which would be 352 basic capacitors. Which is a lot of basic capacitors. If only we could make the SMDs. That'd be nice. Unfortunately, none of the SMDs are really within reach at the moment. Then IO2. It's not so much laser IO. Oh, you mean Ender IO? I mean, I know the way it used to work. I can't rely on the fact that it's still going to work the same way now, so we just need to do a little bit of testing with it. Anyway, let's start getting stuff together. Let's assume we're going to make 22 of these. And we'll start getting the stuff together for that, which means we are going to need a lot of things. So 352 basic capacitors. That means we are going to need a shitload of electrical steel. I've gone through them all already. Holy shit. I mean, there wasn't a huge amount in there to begin with, but still. I want to see how much vibrant alloy we're going to need, though, for this. If we're making 22 of these, we're going to need 6 for each of them. Plus another 1 for that. So 7, what's 22 times 7? That's what? 161? 154. Close. I don't know where I got the extra ones there from. 154. So we're going to need 154. That's what? A few... Yeah, if we stick with... Yeah, let's just make 5 stacks of that. That does mean we're going to need 5 stacks of ender pearl, but... Which we're going to have to wait around a little bit for, but that's fine. Ah, I got him. I wish they'd just finish Ender IO. That's kind of what I would like at the moment. I just want them to finish Ender IO. Because as it stands at the moment, it feels very unfinished. Actually, already up to 66 ender pearls. That's not bad. Hold on, let's put these. Let's just put them in there. And that will be fine. Okay. So, all right, this might be one of those times where we do want to use EMI. All right, so we'll do that. Oh, I clicked the wrong thing, didn't I? God damn it. For some reason, I always do that. I always click the recipe tree thing rather than the favorite recipe thing. Okay, what else do we need? Emeralds, we've got... Double leg. Oh god, we're gonna have to make so many more, aren't we, than that? Didn't think about that. Because we need all the basic capacitors, we need basic capacitors to make the double layer capacitors. Ah, hell, I didn't think about that. Right, how many did we say we needed of one of these? 21? 22? 352 plus 88 capacitor bank. Oh, that's a lot of stuff. 440 basic capacitors. I'm going to regret this, aren't I? I am absolutely going to regret this. Especially since we only have the basic recipe we can use at the moment, I think. Oh, no, wait. No, we can make thin polyethylene sheets, right? We're going to need to fluid solidify the polyethylene into some of the polyethylene into sheets. But I think we can do this. Which makes the capacitor... We can make 8 capacitors for... basically half an aluminium ingot and a little bit of polyethylene. And we passive polyethylene last time. So we are going to go with that recipe. That makes that a little easier. Well, we are still going to need 220 of those capacitors. And that is the recipe we're going to use for that. Hey, Joe. As it is right now, it is that terrible middle ground where people use it, but it's not done enough to do everything as it should. Yeah. And it keeps getting shoved into mod packs. Okay, so the thin polyethylene sheets. We're going to need to do, I guess... Actually, we need polyethylene sheets for other things. So if we just use the polyethylene... If we use that recipe, and then the polyethylene sheets, we just fluid solidify. Dude, that's actually not that bad. 5 buckets of polyethylene. It's honestly not that bad. Is there anything else we need to... Okay, electrical steel plates we need to do the recipe for. Iron plates we need to do the recipe for. I think that's all the basic ingredients. That's actually not as bad as I thought it would be, you know. To make 22 of these. I can't actually see... This isn't the one downside to this thing, to EMI, is that, like, you can't see the numbers. For some reason, like, the redstone is behind the number, but the emerald, like, the redstone, like, the image is behind the number, whereas on the rest of them, the number is behind the item. It's really weird. Well, they heard someone say they saw a blinking. A blinking what? They won't say. They just pointed at some guy in a tall black top hat, and again said a blinking. I just don't get it. I'm not entirely sure I do, but I think I do. How you doing, Zodo? Okay, so... Let's get this stuff together, shall we? Right, 88 redstone blocks. See, again, like, this really bugs me. Like, where you can't... Like, for some reason, I can't see that when the blue thing's over it. It's like so aggressively there that I just kind of miss it. You know what? I'm actually gonna get rid of that, and we're just gonna do it from there. So it's what, 22 emeralds. I think all my emeralds are mostly back here. Yeah. Let's grab those. Actually, let's grab the exquisite ones as well, because we need those for various things. Not so bothered about the flawless. The cables used to be nice. I wish they were a little more descriptive now as to what they actually did. In terms of, like, throughput. Again, I'm still pressing L to go into the quest book. I've been playing way too much Sevtech Ages lately. I can't see what that number is. I think that's 552, but I can't tell. 352. I would have been well off. That's 5.5 stacks of iron. Bear in mind, I still have to make the electrical steel. 44 coal dust. That, at least, is nice and easy. Shouldn't have tried that one with a non-American. Didn't think about it. Oh, right. No, I absolutely didn't get it then. No, that didn't even register with me. I apologize. Now that... It does make a lot more sense now that you've said it, though. Uh, 14 of those. 220 tin? 220 tin. How much is that? How many stacks is that? 3.4375 apparently. 3 stacks and 28. Right. I also, for some reason, can never remember that I need to click on the little tree thing down at the bottom every time I need to do this. We've got 88. Not vibrant alloy. Energetic alloy. Yeah, we definitely need more energetic alloy as well. They're stacking 24 of those. We haven't got the vibrant alloy yet, and 924 electrical steel. Ouch. A lot of electrical steel. Alright, I'm going to put all this in a separate barrel for now, just so we know where it is. I'm going to need to make some more electrical steel. Which means I'm going to need to make some more steel, which means I'm going to need to make some more charcoal. Right, let's try and split these somewhat evenly. There were 2 attempts. Did anybody else actually get the joke? Was it just kind of me and one other person that didn't get it? Okay, I'm just gonna have to hope that we have enough here. We should do. We're gonna make another 16 stacks of steel. I'm actually very tempted to make a couple more obsidian furnaces. Because these are actually really not that fast. Wait, hang on. What did we say we needed for in terms of electrical steel? 924. I'm assuming it's we get an output of 2 from each of these, right? Oh my god, it's only 1. But we are gonna need 924 steel. Oh shit. Okay. This is excessive. But hopefully worth it. I really hope it's worth it. That's 14 stacks and 28 of steel. That is a ridiculous amount of steel. Thankfully, steel is cheap. And so is silicon, but still. I think we actually want to get the iron going in first as well. We should have enough charcoal left over to do this. To smelt all of this. Sorry, he's fully immersed in trying to understand Tom's simple storage. It's so simple, your head is having a hard time understanding how to use it. Is it really that? I didn't get around to using it last time I played, the little bit I played of Techopolis before. I basically got to the same point I'm at on stream now, last time I played it. Which was just getting to the point of being able to unlock this stuff, but never actually getting around to using it. Right, do we need a circuit for this? We do not. We're literally going to be here the entire day just trying to get this done. And I really hope it's worth it. Speaking of... Right, okay, so... It'll turn out now that the capacitor banks will... Actually, you know what? As soon as we can make, like, 4 of these, we'll make the 4, and then we'll see how the transfer works and how it works with transfer speeds and what have you. Or at least as best we can, we'll do that. Testing this may involve having to delete vibrant capacitor banks and cheating in an empty one, by the way, which all that's going to do is lose us fuel, use us kind of stored power. So we're not going to gain anything from doing that, but it just makes testing a little easier. So if let's just make 4 for now. Ziddick, welcome Raiders. Did you manage to get your ethereal slates automated, Ziddick? I heard you gave up on the whole kind of comparator idea. Have it automated? Nice. What method did you use in the end? Oh, this is far more manageable. Actually, speaking of which, how are we doing for polyethylene now? 260 buckets already. Nice. Okay, for those just joining us, welcome. How are you doing? I am Chicheva, primarily a modded Minecraft player, or pretty much entirely a modded Minecraft player now. Currently playing Monifactory. Trying to make a bunch of vibrant capacitor banks. And it's going to take a lot. The idea is to make 22 of these eventually. Preferably straight away. But to make 22 of them, we need a lot of stuff. Most notably, 924 electrical steel. Which is a pain to craft. We're in the process of trying to get stuff together. But we do need to do a little bit of testing as we go, because we need to basically find out how the Ender IO capacitor banks work now, and whether they've changed since the old Ender IO. Because they hold 8 million... I'm not even sure what their unit of power is that they go for in this, but they hold 8 million of them. It used to be that each one of the capacitor banks, you could like that you've added to the multi-block of them, would increase the amount of energy you could input and output per connection. Now, I don't know if that's changed, because it doesn't mention it on here at all. It might mention it in the actual capacitor banks when you go into it, when you've actually crafted them, but it doesn't mention it on the tooltip, so I don't know if it still works the same way or not. And if it does, it will change like how we set this up and how many we need to make. So we're just kind of working on making 4 at the moment, so we can do a little bit of testing. So let's do it that way. We need those. What else do we need? I much prefer being able to see this so we can get like the raw ingredients and see the raw ingredients rather than doing it this way. I find it much easier to work with. So we're going to need 4 of those. A stack of iron. 8 coal dusts. 8 aluminium. I do need to actually double check that recipe that I was going to use for the capacitors. Yeah, we can do that MV. Good. Okay. All right, and we need 40 tin ingots, 16 energetic alloy. We haven't got the vibrant alloy at the moment, though. That's the problem. We're waiting for ender pearls for that at the moment. We've got a little bit, but not much. The electrical steel is that 168. We currently have 75, so we are a little short on the electrical steel front right now. Right, that should give us what we need here. Wait, what are these actually making at the minute? Oh, they're just making the energetic alloy, aren't they? Oh, it's almost done too. Okay. Actually going to be nice to be able to expand and actually use some of this base at some point soon. Took us long enough to build. How are we doing? Oh, perfect. We got the right man then. Now we just got to turn some of that into electrical steel in a moment. Okay, what else are we going to need? All the iron, I believe, is going to get turned into iron plates. Hang on, this is a point where we can do this. Yeah, all the iron gets turned into iron plates. We need a stack of those. This does get very confusing when stuff like this just overlaps like this. Becomes so difficult to see. Like, I love EMI, but it's not always the most readable. Right, that goes in there, that goes in there. There we go, we've got a stack of iron plates. We do need the 10 aluminium foil. Where's the rest of the aluminium going then? Why did we need 8 aluminium? If we only need 10 aluminium foil... I have no idea. 80 tin wire. So all the tin goes in to turn into tin wire. So when on the electrical steel... Ah, we still need to do the polyethylene sheets, don't we? Which means we need something. Where is my solidifier? There it is. I am going to need a plate mold for that. Means I do need more steel plates. And we also need that and that, I think. So Zeddy, what did you use in the end for automating the altar? If you answered, I didn't see it. It's not showing up for me. Well, I apologize if you did answer already. Laser IO, but only runs when it gets redstone. Ah, okay, that makes sense. Nice. So how long is it actually going to take you to get all of the ethereal slates you need? That's got to take a while, right? There's what, 4,500-ish, I think you said you needed? That is a lot of ethereal slates. Use an RF tools timer to run 4-minute intervals. Seems like a decent solution. Do I have my tin wire yet? I do. There we go. Well, tin wire. The 2 polyethylene sheets. How many? Oh yeah, they both go into turn into foils. I think they go in with circuit 1, right? Yes. At least they're nice and quick. Alright, and those are going into making capacitors. Which we need 3 of these recipes. Wait, why did I need so many thin polyethylene sheets? I have no idea, actually. Wait, if we make it... Well, we may as well make some extras. And then we need... I have no idea how much polyethylene, but we need some. The automation of industrial upgrades and train tracks, that's going to be a pain. And polonium pills. I mean, it'll certainly be a pain if you keep exploding your reactor. That will probably slow things down a touch. So how long are you expecting till the end of the pack? Hey, there we go, capacitors. Actually, can we use those capacitors for making LV circuits? No, because we need resistors, not capacitors. There we go. We have a bunch of polyethylene sheets now as well. What can we actually use those for? Oh yeah, we need those for blank patterns, don't we? That's right. I definitely need MV energy hatches. At least we have got the vibrant alloy we need now, though. At least for the first 4. Not sure about for all of them. I'm actually not sure how many energetic alloy we need at all now. 16, okay. 16 of those. We needed 24 sheets. Plus, we're going to need another, what, 4? So 28 in total, I'm guessing we need. Energetic alloy? Yeah. But 24 of those get turned into sheets. And we are going to need to melt this down. Wait, what do I need to do with the vibrant alloy? I don't think we need to do anything, do we? No. Okay. We do still need more electrical steel, though. I also think I need... well, an upgrade or two to... this. Yeah, we can only store 3.1 thousand. Any of those? Actually, let's do... that. 32,000. That is a little bit more like it. Alright, and that can be done... that can be done in an LV autoclave. Let's get that done now. Oh, I'm really struggling to remember where I've put each of these machines since we moved. Like, I got used to where they were in the old base, and now everything's moved. What are these credits redeemed? Honestly, at this point, not very much. I always meant to actually add more to use them on, and I just never seem to find the time or the ideas to do it. So right now, it's more, I guess, just kind of bragging rights, I guess. It is something I want to work on, though. Right, we need... was it 48 electrical steel plates, I think? Yeah, 48. I've got 20 already. We need another 28. The one thing I find with the channel points is, like, I've never managed to find something that's interesting to use them on. Like, I don't want to do, like, the same things that everybody does. I want to try and find something interesting for to use them for. And I've not found anything yet. Alright, we're getting there for the first 4. That should be everything except another 120 electrical steel. Which... that will do it. Okay. So, capacitors. I guess we just put all this back in here for now then. Wait, how many do we need? 80 of those, didn't we? 80 capacitors. 20 basic capacitor banks. Wait, what am I missing? Oh, I haven't done the double layer capacitors yet. Oh, shit. I wondered why I'd accidentally got it like 20 basic capacitor banks rather than the 16 I was expecting. I used all the... oh, hell. I used all the additional capacitors to make the extra capacitor banks. I should have made the double layer capacitors first. Whoops. That's fine. We can fix that. It just means making a few more capacitors. Which means... those we can do with some more polyethylene sheets. Or polyethylene foils, rather. Right, and we need more polyethylene. Although, actually, nowhere near as much as I thought we'd need. Polyethylene-wise. Right, so if we're... well, we can make 5 of these now, so we may as well make 5. That means we're going to need 20 pastas. Wait, no. Probably just 10? Oh, I'm not sure. We'll see, though. Right, okay, so... if we're making... so that 20 of those can turn into 10 of vibrant, and yeah, that'll give us enough for 5 vibrant capacitors. So we're going to need 10 of the double layer capacitors. Ten of the double layer capacitors, which means we're going to need 10 of these recipes, I think. Yeah, 10 of those. 10 of those. We are probably going to need more electrical steel plates. Yeah. Okay, so we need 12 more electrical steel plates. We really need to... we need to make sure we get to HV tomorrow at the very latest. The sooner we get to HV, the sooner we can start actually being able to request craft things. We've got 10 advanced capacitors. That does mean we're also going to need another emerald and another vibrant alloy. And then we get to do some testing. Alright, so hopefully... oh, right, yeah, we still need another 6 of these, didn't we? That's right. There we go. Do they tell us... no, they give us absolutely no information whatsoever. Oh, God. They literally give us no information at all, except how much power they store. Fun times. Okay. We do some testing. Okay, so what I want to do... let's just go... okay, what I'm going to do... I'm going to... actually, can I... put that on top of there? Can we change what's shown on the front? Yes, okay. Now, the only problem we have here is that I don't have a... Actually, we're going to have to change this around a bit as well. Okay, so we can set these. If we set these to... Actually, we just completely ignore those. Do I have... I do have energy cards. Okay, so that is inputting pretty much what I was expecting it to. That will input power until... Yeah, so that should be draining the power from everything down here. This actually gives us a good test to see if we are keeping up with the sugarcane or not. With these. But these should be producing... In total, I think it's whatever 6,400 plus 4,800 is. Which I can't for the life of me remember what that is. 11,200 minus whatever we're currently using. Which probably would put it at around about the 8,000 or so. Yeah, 8,500. Now, I want to let that fill a little bit. So that's all going in on a single connection. But what I want to know, if we take that out now, what I want to know is how much, like, can we... Like, do we have a limit on how much we can insert per connection? How you doing, Boom Chick, by the way? I hope you're well. And also... Can we make the next tier of connectors? We do need iron plates, fiber and alloy wires. Yes, we can. Hold on. Which is iron plates, right? And once again, do we need circuits? We do not. Okay. Alright, so those can transfer a maximum of 8,192. That's actually not much use to us at the minute, to tell how this is going to work. Because basically what we want to find out is whether it's kind of per connection or not. Wait, where's that? I need another laser. I haven't got any laser nodes at the minute, have I? Fuck. Ah. Don't want to get political stuff. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Alright. And do I have... Oh, we do have a laser node. Never mind. We do need more anyway, though. We're going to need quite a few more at the minute. Okay, let's see. So we want to insert into here. We've not got any way of, like, transferring an unlimited amount of power. So we can't really see how much this will output. That will insert into there. Well, it is transferring the 8,192, as expected. It's really hard to test these things, like, outside of creative. Now, that's obviously not going to do anything extra, but if we... Okay, let's actually take that card out of there. And put that into there and set it to extract. So it can output at least 16,384 into one node. Into one connection. No, we don't have flux ducts. Hey, Bobo. So that seems to just transfer at, like, any rate. The input and output at any rate. So, does that... but it's hard to tell. I might have to go into a creative world and test this, but it is still only per connection. So outputs, we are going to have multiple outputs. Since it is only 8,000, like, we can only output as fast as the overclocker cards we have allow. But I've not got any real way of testing, like, what the limits of this are without going into creative. And I don't really want to close the world down, load a new one up, and do that. But what I do want to try is, I want to see basically how many we can chain together. Like, see if there is a limit to how much we can transfer from these. I ran out of cards. Well, that's the thing, though. That's what I want to know. Like, I don't want to assume there's no limit and then run into power problems later, because there actually is. That's what I'm concerned about. Wait, what? Oh, there it is. Wait, are those connected? Why is that not... That stopped at 24,576. You can get it by bulk washing sand, I think. And it possibly by... I know there's a way you can do it through the whole kind of cobbleworks setup. In that case, yeah, you will probably just have to find some initially. These are all on oh, right, that one's on the wrong thing. Okay, that was a little confusing for me then. I was wondering why that was not working. Just on the wrong channel. I'll transfer that back there. I'm trying to see if there's like a limit on a single one of these. Oh, you know what? Let's make a test world. I need to figure this out. Like, I don't want to start building this setup and then have to change it again further down the line because it's... like, I've made an assumption that's not right. At least in a creative world, we can test the limits of things a little easier. It is. The main reason I don't like doing it is just because in modded it takes so long to load up the world sometimes. Let's put in peaceful, creative. It doesn't really matter. We're going to go into the void world anyway. Actually, we don't even need to go into the void world, honestly. But I'm actually, as far as Clay's concerned, Bobo, I'm not sure if any spawns underground or not. I can't remember if we found any. I don't know. I don't even know with Lost Cities in here. I don't even know if it would generate a flat world or not. I know a lot of ones, depending on the kind of the terrain gen mods that are added. Some of them just won't let you make anything but a normal world. Like even if you set it to flat world, it'll make a normal one. I think that's normally just Terralith though. It's kind of annoying. It probably would have been quicker to do a flat world, in fairness. Maybe lush caves, we haven't found those yet either. Is Nature's Compass in there? I can't remember. I can't remember where I got mine from. I think I just got lucky and found it in a riverbed, if I remember correctly. I know I didn't do anything special to get the first clay. Come on. There we go. Actually, you know what? Given that it's a little bit of a pain here, let's wait for it to load up the quests for the first time. And wait, hang on. I need to do that first, don't I? Don't care about those. We do care about you. Wait. Since when do you start in a cobblestone box? That's new. I do wish I had vein miner. Get rid of that. Let's find something to use as a flooring block. We probably are going to end up using this for other stuff later on as well. Let's give ourselves a little bit of space. Hang on. Okay. Oh, we haven't even got the creative capacitor banks either, have we?
Actually, vein miner would probably reduce the grind enough for me early game. Ha ha hi Mr. Streamer, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you as well, Random. Thank you for the 100 bits. Is there any reason why you didn't add in vein miner? Did you feel like it'd just be a little too cheaty, or like would it be worth adding vein miner just to? Oh, hang on, here we go. Would it be worth adding vein miner purely to make it bearable for you? I mean, it might be worthwhile. Right, we're going to make a larger... Actually, let's make a capacitor bank like the kind of size I wanted to do mine and the way I wanted to do mine. I might have to change this slightly as well, actually, if we only need one input. I'll change it so this kind of central bit is here, and then we can just use all of these bits for outputs, which might be the way to go. Right, let's use a laser node. We need... That's a card cloner, not a card holder. Set that to that. Extract. And then let's do it with the... Okay, let's do it with the Skulk Superconductor one, the final tier. And then... Okay, no, I don't think there's a limit on the inputs. I mean, that's filled up. That filled instantly. That's 176 million. That filled almost instantly. I would like to see if we can actually see how quickly that's inputting. But I think the input is... I'm going to assume, based on that the output is also not limited. It used to be 20... Well, no, well, that's what it used to be. Medis. Given how much Ender IO has changed, you cannot assume that it's the same as it used to be. You can't assume it's going to be the same as it used to be. Oh, come on. I don't want to change it. I just want to add to it. Fuck off. No, the power monitor... I don't think... Pretty sure the power monitor hasn't returned. It's not going to be overly useful anyway. Even if it did. Right, let's give ourselves a nice big screen so we can see it. That's 8 million. That's inputting 8 million per tick. So it looks like it is limited only by... Is there a way I can empty this, like, instantly? Yeah, so basically it is limited by the... No, the laser's not limited. Well, the laser is limited, but it's limited considerably less than 8 million. It's considerably more than 8 million, rather. If I remember rightly. Yeah, 13 million for... No, 134,217,728. No, basically the fact that it's 8 million tells me that it is limited by the... I'm pretty sure we can speed that up as well. I would love to be able to get rid of all of this in one go. Hold on. Well... Get rid of that. But basically, I already know what's happening with it now. It's basically, it is limiting... it is being limited by a if you have one connection, it will only input up to 8 million because that is the maximum that can go into a single vibrant capacitor bank. That is the capacity of a single vibrant capacitor bank. I'm going to assume that if I add multiple connections, it will be significantly more than that. You know what, I'm just going to... I am curious about how TPS intensive these are. But I'm also going to make the assumption here that this is going to be inputting at 32 million. Or not. Okay, so 8 million is the maximum. By the looks of it. The energy trash can won't help. It won't be that much better because it's still going to only output at 8 million. I think, but these are... Yeah, the fact that I would have assumed that it would... the more connections you had, the faster you would be able to import. But apparently it is just hard limited to 8 million, unless I'm doing something wrong here. That will probably change it, yeah. If you have a second output from the bank, that will probably change it. But we're not going to be outputting from a bank anyway. Actually, no, that probably won't change it, come to think of it. Nope. You can only input... It will only input 8 million at a time. No matter how much you can transfer, it will only input 8 million at a time. Oh, unless... Hang on, can we just... we were being limited. It is limited by 8 million, but it is 8 million per capacitor bank. Now that we've got that on there... Okay, so this would not have been limited at all, I don't think. And if we set that to there, I'm curious, can we... But this will only, again, this will only output at 8 million. Or not. $16 million. Right, let's turn that off for a moment. And just empty that. So why is that now 16 million? We've still only got one connection going into there. Wait, how did I just get that? Oh, that was from that. Okay. More importantly, where the hell... Oh, I just realized where it's going. It's going into the trash can, isn't it? So why is that now 16 million? I love how little sense End.io makes now. I'm sure there's a reason for this, but I have no idea what that reason is. Well, no, that doesn't make a difference. Like, it wasn't limited before. The point is, this was only inputting from one connection before 8 million. Now it's doing 16, and before that it was doing it honestly doesn't make a great deal of sense. It genuinely does not make a great deal of sense. And that's full again. Although that does empty it incredibly quickly, which is good. $32 million. Okay, so this could be limited to 16 million. I don't know. I doubt it. What would happen if we took that, we emptied that out, and then we put that directly on there? Ah, okay, maybe you're right. Because that is only outputting 16 million. Okay. But the general gist of all of this... The general gist of all of this is it doesn't seem like it's limited. The input and output does not seem limited with the capacitor bank itself. The only thing that's limited is the output per face. And I'm assuming that output is per face. Or potentially, or more likely, probably per capacitor bank. Rather than per face. Well, we essentially just did that somewhere. It went up to 48 million. So it is only outputting 16 million from these. I got to 48. That'll go up to 64. So it is only outputting 16 million from these. Although then again, we could, that might also be that these are limited by input. Well, the way it used to work, Delta, was it always used to be just per connection to the capacitor bank. Hang on, what I would like to do is that. Okay, so it's not per capacitor bank. So why did we not get any additional outputs when we were outputting from two sides of the capacitor bank before? Yeah, that's how it used to be, Sir Medis. My point is, it has changed. Try two banks on the input or the output, Delta. I think the only other creative generators we have are probably going to be... I don't know if they would actually... Do we even have? The creative... Yeah, we've got the creative GT energy unit emitter. I don't know if that will actually work, though. I don't think we could technically pull from that. No, because that won't actually connect to there. So we can't pull from that. This is the only creative RF source we have. And now that's doing, well, that's doing 32 million. And this is what's confusing me, because we have two connections going into one energy bank, each one doing 16 million. Adding more cards. That's... See, that shouldn't technically be doing anything since we've only got one node overclocker in there. It should only be... Well, the whole reason for doing it over one bank is because if you just do it going into one, it's only got 8 million storage. So it's literally going to fill up instantly. It gives you no time to test anything. That's the whole point of using multiple. If we put the capacitor bank down, it's filled instantly. The only thing we can do is potentially that, but then we can't actually properly see the input-output. Let's go into 16 million. You can't see the input-output with one. That's all you can get. There's just not enough space on the screen for it. But with one connection going into one of these, it's 16 million. If we attach it to the whole block, it will also be 16 million. It's not limited by the total capacity. This is inputting the same amount. This was inputting the same amount with 2 banks as it is with the entire block. We've already done this with multiple energy cards. That's still only 16 million. Like, nothing changed. It goes to 16 million. That's it. Because that is the maximum capacity of... That's the maximum capacity of that. But if we add more onto it... That works. So it's kind of weird. It will only import up to the maximum capacity, it seems. On these. But these are only outputting 16 million, so we can't really check. Like, we can't check how much more it will work on because we can't out unless we add more of these, I guess, which we can do. Actually, I wish there's not a way we can. Ah, you can copy nodes like that. That works. So essentially what I said initially to Medis. But that goes up to 384 million. But basically it's the input is limited by the banks. Also, the main point of this as well is it's not going to matter. Is what we're really taking away from this, it's not going to matter in terms of our playthrough because we're going to be switching to other power storage before we get to a point where we're inputting or outputting 8 million RF per tick. Hey, Life, how you doing? But it's hard, again, it's hard to test the real capacity of any of this because these have a limited input, limited output. And there is no other creative power sources, I don't think. At least not with a creative amount of transfer. But the general gist of it is it's not going to matter at all in our playthrough. Or we basically just need to have it the way I'm going to end up doing it rather than the like T shape I'd intended to do because I thought we were going to be limited on the inputs as well. I'm basically going to, rather than doing that shape for it, what I'll end up doing is that. Because we do still need multiple outputs, because we are still going to be limited on the output by the laser nodes. So if we have it like this, we can just basically fill all of these with... Ignore the lasers that are in there in a minute. We can just fill those with that and then output from either face. And it should work. Theoretically, at least. Although I would like to try it just to be on the safe side. But if we... just do that. That should fill that up pretty much instantly. I do want to make sure that we can do what I want to do. And then if we just add another capacitor bank on there, test the output of this. Actually, what I should have done, since it turns out we can do this in creative. Actually, let's change this to a different channel for now. And then since we only have access to the vibrant alloy ones at the moment anyway, we'll just test it with those. Okay. Do we have a fluid trash can here as well? Sorry, energy trash can, not fluid. That's outputting 65,000. And these can output... how much is it? 8,000? That doesn't seem like enough. Hold up. Did I? Oh, I didn't connect these up, did I? Yeah, there we go. 131,000. Yeah, so this will output from each of these faces. So that should be fine. The way I wanted to set it up. And we can have just like a little bank like this. And then we can connect to those. And if we need to as well, we can also connect to those sides. You're good. Just trying to make B power viable and S2E. Oh, Station 2 expert. What B mod have they got in there? I'm assuming. I don't actually know if this is gonna change anything or not. Oh wait, it also maintains the connections. Oh, that's quite cool. Yeah, I didn't think that was going to change anything, because we are still limited by the outputs on these. Although, that being said, what happens if we duplicate the cards? Where the hell are the overclockers? There they are. Okay, so you can have multiple outputs from one laser. Okay, hold on. Let's try this again. 11,700,000, no, 1,179,648. That does seem to make a difference. Sorry, Deadman, sorry, I've just been a little bit preoccupied with this and trying to figure this out. So my mind has been a little bit preoccupied. I do apologize. But yeah, so basically we also don't actually need that many connections on the actual capacitor bank itself. We only really need one or two because we can just add multiple cards. Although the only problem with adding multiple cards is we then need to make the node overclocks as well, which actually aren't that bad. General gist of it is the idea I had is going to work, which is nice. Okay. Let's get back to actually doing what we're supposed to be doing. I know, Deadman. And you also know I'm an unobservant son of a bitch as well, so... productive bees, but apparently it doesn't like playing nice with laser IO for some reason. Doesn't... Wait, why is it not playing... What's it not doing with laser IO? In what way is it not playing nice? So this means that we do really want to make the rest of the capacitor banks that I was going to make. I don't think we need to make quite as many as I was going to make, though. I think if we just do it as, like, make 18 in total rather than the 22, we should be fine. Treating all the extracts on fluid cards as exact when you tell not to. Strange. That is a little weird. Right, we've got 5 capacitor banks at the minute. Can we set this up with 5 for now? No, let's make 4. Let's get 4 more made, and we'll kind of try and add to this as we go. Is probably going to be the better way to do this. So if we just add 5 more, so we can do 9 of them. Can I clear the power out of these? No, not easily. It won't pour from the centrifuge until it's full bucket, which takes forever. Yeah, that is a little weird. I've never had that issue before. Like, I always use laser IO with productive bees. I've never had that issue before. That's weird. Alright, what do we need for another 5 of these capacitor banks? Basically 20 reds. Well, most of the stuff we're gonna, well, all the stuff we're gonna have in here, because we were gonna make 22 originally, so. But let's just get the stuff that we need for 5 more of these, and then we'll do a 3x3 of them. I really wish they would put the numbers above the, like, separate these a little bit. It's so frustrating. Anyway, 80 iron, 10 coal dust. Oh, God, I hate that. 80 iron, so it's what, stacking 16. And I know all of those need to get turned into plates. I'm just making this so you have to have like 7 hives running at once. Do any decent power? Does the oh wait, are you using the actual honey for power? The honey itself for power? Hey, Console, how you doing? Right, the iron plates are getting made. What else do we need? 10 coal dust, 4 aluminium. Actually, we won't need the aluminium because we should already have a bunch of capacitors here already. Which, how many of those did we need? I can't actually tell because it's covered over. 40, I think. I think we needed 40 of them. Does anybody know if there's a way to mess with EMI and get this to actually show? Like, so you can actually read this. It would make it so much more usable for me. Exactly why you rushed to AE2? Well, we have AE2, but the problem is we don't have auto-crafting yet. And I am not in the habit of rushing with these things. I always find that when you rush things, that is why you generally end up with a rougher time later on. Like, you rush something and then you don't have the infrastructure set up and things set up correctly for things to work out, and it just makes it worse later on. I've had it in every pack I've used it in, Boob Chick. Like, every single pack I've used. Maybe GUI. GUI scaling might work, but I don't want to change my GUI scale. Let's try bigger. Nope. Still the same when bigger. Don't know why I went back into that again. Still the same when smaller. Maybe there's a config option for it, though, that will do something about that, but that's kind of annoying. It makes me just not want to use it at all. I tend not to use it anyway. I'm trying to get better at using it, but I tend not to bother. Anyway, what do we need? How many tin ingots do we need? I have no idea. 40 by the looks of it. But no, I'm not too fussed about little annoyances like this. It's not going to make me rush to AE2 to kind of auto crafting. Like, when I do stuff like this, I like to make sure I can set it up properly and have the infrastructure there to make everything I need to set things up properly, rather than kind of cobbled together versions of it that just kind of work but don't really. What else do we need? Is that, I think 20 energetic alloy. I can't actually tell with that. Yeah, 20 energetic alloy, 35 vibrant. Put that into there for now. The rest of this needs to turn into plates. We are going to need that, but at the same time, there's no point in me for me, I hate the idea of doing things multiple times. So I would rather wait and make things a little bit more difficult for myself early on, and then have the ability to make a full setup when I do make it and make it work the way I want it to, rather than doing it in bits and pieces. Just with the way my brain works, doing things in bits and pieces like that is not viable. It doesn't work. How many do we need electrical steel-wise? 210? 210. This had better be worth the setting this up, or I'm not going to be happy. Right, we need 3 stacks and 18. Of electrical steel. What else are we missing? Not much else. Why is it telling me that I haven't got the capacitors as well? When I quite blatantly have the capacitors. But regardless, I do need to make 100 basic capacitors, which is going to be fun. All the electrical steel can go back in there. So, 64 plus 36. I am going to make, okay, maybe a few extras. That's fine. And then we need 10 double layer capacitors. I should put all that back in there. Try not to overmake with these. We should need 20 of these. I only needed to make 4 more, didn't I? Not 5. Oh, well, never mind. We've got a couple of extras. That's fine. Right, electrical steel. If we're going to need, what, 60 electrical steel plates? And then we just need that. And we need emeralds. Anything else I need? We should have the vibrant alloy plates. We've got the capacitors. We're just waiting on the electrical steel plates and vibrant crystals. Then we should be good. And we will expand on this over time. But the good thing about this is going to be that we should be able to use this same system in order to shut off all of the dynamos when the capacitor bank's full, so we don't waste in resources. Not that it really matters with the sugarcane, but it does kind of matter with the diamonds a little bit. Not massively, but a little bit. All right, there we go. Let's go and find somewhere to put all these. I think I know where we're going to do it. I think we're going to put them in this little area here. Like in the front of this. And then since I did actually make an extra one, which I didn't really need. Well, I don't want that on the top. Since we're going to be moving this back anyway. Yeah, that'll be fine. Okay, so now comes the interesting bit. The input for this, I think, is going to go there. And I'm going to have to change things a little bit with this because I want to have the input on one channel and the output on another, just so we're not confusing them in any way. All right, yeah, we went and got all the pyro... Actually, I should probably start the pyrolusite processing as well. And then we're going to have to do... We'll do the outputs on here. Which 3 should be enough for now. Actually, you know what? Let's put this up here as well, just so everything's visible and we can easily get to it if we need to. Okay, so inputs will be going into there, outputs from here. And these are going to output on channel 1. This might mean no power for a minute or two while we get this figured out and make sure it's actually working. I might also add another one onto the top of there, actually, but I think we should be okay for now. Okay, so I think we can connect those up like that, and it should be fine. That should be directly underneath it, I think. I'm a little too far back, aren't I? There we go. That's better. Okay, and... Is that close enough to connect? Yes. Excellent. Okay. And then connect that to there. Okay. Now, hopefully, if we switch these over to channel 2... absolutely nothing will happen. Why are you... Oh, because you're not actually connected to the network. What? How are you not connected to... Oh, I know. Oh, you moron. Okay. Helps if you actually connect the lasers as well, not just the connectors. Okay, cool. Right. That's doing what it's supposed to do. Those should be outputting. I'm picking up sugarcane again. Huh. I don't have an output card in that one. Did I just remove that some point recently? I don't remember doing that. But I didn't have an output card in there. Okay, but that's not outputting, is it? I don't know. Hold on. It's not going to matter at this point, I don't think, if we run out of power temporarily. Okay, so now, yeah, okay, so we are now outputting as well, which is good. I found out the problem. I'm so confused. It's making covage honey because of the hive hoppers. But the centrifuge is making productive bees honey, so it's not able to add them together. Ah, okay. We should be inputting more than that, though. Did I forget to change one of these? That's where the energy card went. I put it in the wrong thing before. But no, everything's right. So wait, that's not... That doesn't add up. Oh, no, maybe it is. It's 11,200 we should be inputting. So something's... Ah, yeah. See, now that's not getting enough steam. This is the issue we had before. Like, these should be getting exactly enough steam. But they're not. So these should be producing just enough to do this. But it's not. Okay, right. So next thing I want to do is test a few things. Okay, right. I do need a few redstone cards. I need more tin plates and red alloy plates. Actually, we might need a few redstone cards, now that I think about it. Because we are going to need one for every one of the, every one of our dynamos. Or at least the ones that we're extracting power from. But for now, if we can just do one of them. Actually, we need at least two of them, won't we? Test this. I also need a redstone lamp. Okay, that'll work. Okay. Oh, I'm late for a break again. Who would have thought it? Okay, so what we want to do is, just as a tester here, put that down there. We want to put another card in there, and we want to use it as a sensor. And we want to test when it's over 50%, and we'll put it on the orange channel. And we can output. So when it's over 50%, it should turn off. Yeah, there we go. So basically, we can set this to have an energy limit there. And then say when it gets over, say, 95% full, it will it will emit a redstone signal. And then all we got to do is change these to only extract. Or we can either turn these to only extract on when there's no redstone signal, or we can set them to turn these off, which I think is what we're going to do. Because that way we can at least save fuel. If we do set that, we set it on a redstone signal, and then we set this to low, so that should work on a low redstone signal. And then if we set this to, say, 55%, that should start working if we put it on output. Yeah, there we go. So that will turn off, and then as the power drops below that point, it will turn on again, and so on and so forth. It will just means that we won't waste fuel. But obviously we don't want to set it at 85%. We'll set it at 95. Yeah, that's come back on again now. So grab the card cloner. We are going to need more redstone cards, obviously, for this. And this will make more sense to use this, obviously, once we get to numismatic dynamos, where diamonds are a little, not scarce, but they're not quite as abundant as sugarcane is. Let's make a bunch of redstone cards. That's the one annoying thing about dynamos, is they will still continue to burn fuel even when they're not being used. At a much reduced rate, but unfortunately not Triz, no. Well, I think you can, but honestly, it's more of a pain. Because they don't stack. You'd have to separate the amount out that you wanted to set up in the way that you wanted to set them up, and then do them, and then it's just a pain in the ass. I don't believe so, and they would probably be considerably more expensive than what we can make at the moment. Doesn't look like it. There we go. That should, once this fills up now then, or gets to 95%, hopefully, which we're actually almost there, hopefully, this should shut off. Hopefully. Although it will probably keep switching between turned off and turned on again, since we can't set like a threshold for it. Which is a shame. That is not actually shutting off. What would 95% of 80,000 be? There we go. Although, apparently only that one is shut off, so... Actually, I wonder... Oh, there are logic operations, so... Technically, we should be able to do this. Also, why are the... Ah, right, I know why. We didn't change the settings on these, did we? But yeah, so technically, we should be able to do this as a threshold. There we go. But that we'll have to figure out when we get back. I mean, the augment slot... Well, yeah, the augment slots actually... Yeah, we are using all the augment slots. I didn't even think about that fact. But yeah, that should at least mean that we don't waste power. All right, we need... I was going to do 4 stacks of these, wasn't I? Of the... Okay, 5 stacks, I think. If we do that, then we can start outputting and start making the pulsating prediction matrices again. So we'll start this outputting again. Hopefully we haven't run out of... Oh my god, we did. We did actually run out of pulsating prediction matrices. I genuinely didn't think we'd run out that quickly. Holy shit. Oh, well, there we go. We've got them coming back in again now. Anyway, I need to go and take a break because I am already 20 minutes late, give or take. When we get back, we need to start working towards getting better power gen, i.e. we need to make some numismatic dynamos. And we can see how much power we're going to get and see how many shulker data models we're going to need in order to run them. So we need to do a little bit of maths when we get back. We also need to start working on stainless steel. Actually, if somebody could remind me to do this, I need to put the pyroluscites into process and figure out what we need to do, because we're going to need to get some manganese from this in order to make the stainless steel. We also need to get chromium, but I haven't really decided how we want to do that initially yet. But anyway, I'm going to go on a break. If you have been sat down for a little while yourselves, I do suggest you do the same thing. Just get up, wander around, use the bathroom, whatever you got to do. Don't go too far, though, because I will be back in just a couple of minutes. Process that pyro stuff or something. That works. All right, guys, I'll be right back. I am going to run some ads during the break. I will only ever run these during the break, though, so you shouldn't miss anything. I will be right back. All right, everybody, I am back. Thank you all for sticking around during that break. I do greatly appreciate it. Tribble, no chewing the cables. There is no nutritional value there. And I need them. Thank you for the welcome backs. Right, let's do my pyro stuff or something. Right. So we need manganese, so basically best bet is going to be macerate. Do we need tantalite? Tantalite would be nice to get as well. Macerate centrifuge, macerate wash and then thermal centrifuge. Right, so macerate first. Right, let's go and see if we can figure out this, getting this set up so it doesn't keep doing this, basically. So I think if we do this as another sensor, if I can get that right. How can we do this? So if we wanted to only turn on again once it gets to below, say, 75%. How would we set this up? Because this is really annoying. So we could do an and. Okay, so we want it to turn on, or we want it to turn off when it's above 95% and turn on again when it's only when it's below 75%. How would we do that? Because we can't, as far as I can tell, we can't set it to work when there is It's going to bug me, because there's got to be a way to do this. Because we can't set it to say, emit a redstone signal when it's below this level. Although, is that what this does? See, this is going to be one of those things that's going to be a pain to test, isn't it? What I'm not sure about on the redstone, the sensor and the redstone card is what this does. Like what the redstone signal strength does, because you can't set a channel for it to receive a redstone signal from. But I guess we're technically still not wasting materials. It's just the flickering on and off is driving me nuts. And this is such a pain to test as well. I think that one is to trigger the on-off for that node to use the redstone card. Wait, what? That doesn't make any sense. But where's it receiving the redstone signal from, though? Because this is setting the output signal, the channel the output signal is coming on. An A2 have threshold energy transmitted. It wouldn't matter. I'm pretty sure we can't get them any at the minute. We won't be able to make them in the minute anyway. But that doesn't matter because we're not using AE2 for transferring power. So it wouldn't make a blind bit of difference. What we're trying to figure out is how we can set an upper and lower limit. So it turns off once it hits the upper limit, but only turns on again once it gets below the lower limit. Right, say you have an energy card configured to do whatever, set it to a high redstone requirement. Let's stick a lever on it. You can't stick levers on them, but I am curious about that. Hold on. Let's do some testing. You realize we can't make anything like that at the moment, right? We've got a threshold level emitter. We can't make level emitters because we need stainless steel rods. We haven't got stainless steel yet. No, I get what you mean. I get what you mean, Triz. I'm just trying to test to see if that's the way it works, because that sounds reasonable. But I don't like, as we've figured out already today, I don't like to make assumptions. I'd rather make sure I know how something works rather than just assume and potentially get it wrong. Nope, no RF tools. Right, we're going to do this with item cards for the time being. Well, item and redstone cards. We can't attach a lever to the actual node, can we? No. But it will... Will that receive... I don't know if this will actually receive a redstone signal from this, though. That's what I'm not sure about. Right, let's put torches in there. And then if we... Set 2 of these, set 1 as a sensor. It's a little different to the other sensors, but... Well, somebody asked that, but the problem with that is that it takes away one of the augment slots. And anyway, my point now is not that we need to do that, because at the minute it works. It does what we need it to do. I just want to see if I can make it better, and I want to see if I can make this particular thing work. I'm not looking for, can I do something else that is something vaguely similar? I'm trying to see, can I get this to work? I'm not the kind of person who just gives up on something at the first hurdle. I want to make sure something works. This isn't going to work anyway, is it? Hold on. No, that's not. We're not going to be able to test it this way anyway. See, we do have the threshold on the redstone cards. But I don't know if we can get a comparator reading. Oh, wait a minute. Can we get a comparator reading from the... Can we get a comparator reading from the capacitor bank? And then basically feed that comparator reading into here. And then we can set it so we've set like a lower limit of 7%, an upper limit of 15. How would that actually affect it though? Because that's only on the input. Hang on, let's just get rid of these for a minute. But yeah, a lot of this, like as is always the case with me, it's just I like to experiment and figure out and find out how things work. It's very rarely about just getting things to work. It's about learning how things work as well. All right, so if we set that as an import with a threshold on it, have we got any way of getting a variable redstone output without having to... I don't think there's any way of doing it, is there? We haven't got enough in here redstone-wise to do that. We could possibly do it with a comparator, but... Basically what I want to see is, can we get it to say, like, it will turn something on based on a redstone signal? I'm going to steal this for a second. That will turn that on. But that's giving it a signal strength of 15. What I want to be able to do is gradually lower this signal strength. And see if that changes it. But we can't really easily do that. We do that. If we turn that off, that should get be getting a lower signal. Yeah, so that's getting signal strength of 7. It'd be 6, 5, 4. Yeah, so that will... Oh, but then what? That doesn't really help us though, does it? Because we want it to only go back on again once it reaches that threshold, not go back on again instantly when it goes over that limit. Like, what's the point in this? Oh, that's just a limit and an output. Not two separate signal strengths. Okay, that's no use. Sake. Okay. There's got to be a way to do this. Also, why does it take so long to break levers? Okay, so... let's actually try this again then. So if we set that on high... that doesn't actually get a redstone signal. You're not actually getting a redstone signal to that. Redstone itself doesn't actually connect. So yeah, that I don't know what that does on the redstone cards. On the sensor cards. Is there... Is the laser IO... There's not actually a bug for laser IO in this, is there? Wait, hang on. It's not... Aha, there is a laser IO book. Hold on. Do we have one? We do. Well, let's just read through what it says for the energy cards. Timers, I don't want it on a timer. I want it to... A timer's no use. A timer implies that we're always going to have the same amount of energy coming in. If we can set it up the way I want it to, we don't have to worry about it later. We can just set it up now, and then no matter how much energy we have coming in or out, it's always going to turn everything off or on at the right points. Whereas if it's a timer, you have to constantly be changing the timer based on what your energy input is. It doesn't really work out. Right, energy cards are used to send energy between inventory, such as machines and batteries. Energy cards have some slightly different mechanics from the other cards and will be documented in the following pages. Unlike item fluid cards that require overclockers to operate faster than once every 20 ticks, energy cards can operate every tick by default. Overclockers can't go into energy cards. Energy cards always operate at 1 million FE per tick max. Not in this version, they don't. This can be reduced if you wish. Also, energy cards also have an energy limit setting by default. On insert stock modes, this is 100%, and on extract modes, this is 0%. On inserts stock mode, it specifies how much to fill up the specified energy acceptor. For example, if the block can hold 1 million FE and you specify 50%, it will only fill up to 500,000 FE. In extract mode, this designates what percent should be left behind. For example, if you're extracting FE from an energy cell that can hold 1 million, okay, that all makes sense. Technical note, the Forge energy system supports energy storage up to max int, which is approximately 2.14 billion. If you're using a mod like Draconic Evolution or Mechanism, their storage cells can store greater than this amount by hacking how Forge energy works. As a result, this percent indicator will not work on storage cells greater than 2.14 billion. Okay, that didn't actually help. Card mechanics. Sensor mode. Alright, sensor mode, unlike other card modes, does not move objects around. Instead, it looks at an adjacent inventory, tank, or cell and looks to see if the content matches the filter. If they do, it emits a redstone signal of strength 15 on the designated redstone channel. Sensor mode cards require a filter to function. Without one, they will do nothing. With a basic filter, the sensor looks for any amount of objects. For example, a basic filter with a piece of cobblestone in it will check to see if there is any cobblestone in the adjacent chest. If yes, it will emit a redstone signal. None of this is useful to us right now. With the counting filter, blah, blah, blah. A new button is available on sensor mode. The and or button in or mode, only one of the filters has to match following the preceding rules. For example, with 32 cobble, that's also not much use. Tag and mod filters work as you would expect. For tag filters in and the contents of the container must match all tags. Whether that means one item matching all tags or multiple items. Only one sense card per side per redstone channel is recommended, as having multiple may lead to race conditions causing unexpected results. That is absolutely no use whatsoever to tell me what that actually means. Alright, redstone mode determines how a redstone signal on the redstone channel will affect a card. By default, this is set to ignored, which means the card will always operate and redstone will not affect it. If set to low, the cards will only function when there is not a redstone signal on the redstone channel. The channel button is to the right of the redstone toggle. On redstone high mode, the cards will only operate when there is a redstone signal on the redstone channel. Also not helpful. Redstone channel. Also not helpful. Limits. Limit percentage only exists on energy cards. Limit percent specifies the percentage of FE to operate with on the adjacent energy accepting block. There are two different metrics, inserts for stock insert mode and extract percent for extract mode. By default, the limit percent is set to 100%, specifies how much to fill up the specified energy block. For example, if the block can hold 1 million FE and you specify 50%, it will only fill 500,000. Blah, blah, blah. Extract limits. It doesn't help on sensor mode. You'd think something... See, this was something that was actually relatively easy with the old power monitor. You could get the power monitor to emit a redstone signal based on how full a capacitor bank was. But we do not have that anymore. I don't think. Doesn't look like it. I haven't got any kind of monitor. It can, I believe, give a comparator signal. We don't actually have a comparator right now. I'm pretty sure it can give a comparator signal, but I don't know if that actually is going to help us or not. At least not without a very, very messy setup. Wow, well placed. Okay, maybe not. Unless we can do... No. No, apparently we can't get a comparator signal anyway. See, this has now just become about... I want to get this to work in some way, shape, or form. I just want to know what this does. Like, the fact that there's no documentation for this. So... I'm wondering if there's a way we can make a toggle somehow for it then. Oh, it's going to bug the crap out of me. The fact that this would be so much easier to do if I understood how these, like, how this worked. The redstone thing here worked. Because if we can basically get it to say... emit a redstone signal... How would we even do this? I know there's a way to do it, I just can't think what it is. Because basically you do have the logic operations on the input signal here. On the redstone output, rather. So basically we want this to only work if we output a... It doesn't matter if it's weak or strong on there, does it? We want it to only output when it's above 95% or below... No, we want it to turn off when it's above 9%, 95% and turn on below 75%. Technically, yes. But you should be able to, but the problem is I don't know how we do that. Because these apparently can work based on a redstone signal, only we can't set a channel for it to work on. We can set the output channel, but we can't set a channel that it's kind of affected by. Trying to do that. These are the kind of things that trying to do while streaming just never work well for me. How you doing, Celestial? We're having, well, not really redstone issues. Sort of redstone issues. Why did they have to get rid of the bloody power monitor? I think it was so useful. Basically, what we needed to do is have a toggle. I think we might need to have something, and we really didn't want to do this. I really didn't want to do this with like a big redstone setup. But if we basically get it so it has a pulse, like when this triggers, it pulses and turns a toggle off when it goes over 95%, or toggles it when it goes off 95%, then as it drops, it will trigger again on this. Except that doesn't work, does it? Because we can't set it to say work when it's below this limit, only when it's over this limit. The mattock is basically used as the shovel nowadays, Joe, which I don't understand either. I don't agree with that change. But doing all right, trying to get some things running on Linux, so you can abandon Windows. Sadly, the Linux community, game communities are amazingly stupid. Oh, fun. We can't get it to say, like, emit a signal when it's below this point. Only when it's over a certain level. And that's what making this difficult. Anybody got any suggestions? Wait, what the fuck is this? Ah. That's new. Ask them something like for 30 minutes, all you've got is parity responses. So yeah, definitely seems helpful there then. Right, so what the hell would complementary mean? Not I assume it's mirrors the output. Although apparently it doesn't seem to be doing anything. Oh no, hang on, there we go. That is... My brain is not working for this today. But that might be useful. This... We can't change the redstone mode at all on these. What the hell can go in there exactly? Overclocker cards? That's just the... And also, what does exact do? But what would overclocker cards do in an energy card in here? I think it's just a superfluous kind of slot that's not needed anymore. Because there's nothing that can go in there. Overclocker cards will go in there, but they won't actually do anything. But what the hell does exact mode do on this as well? We might need to go back to the bloody creative world in a minute. Is that saying if it's over 75%, or this will only trigger if it's on exactly 75%? Okay, so that will only trigger at exactly 95%. Yeah, I know what that one can do, but it's this. There's no... None of these can change. Like, the energy cards now are automatically, without overclockers, able to do one operation per tick and a maximum of, by default, 1 million FE per tick when you're in the normal version. There is no need for overclocker cards anymore in these. That does seem kind of potentially useful, though. This does. If we can get it to only trigger at exactly 95%. Also, I could really do with some of the node overclocker cards in here, so it actually works on all three of these at the same time. It's just bugging the crap out of me. There's got to be a way to do it. Now, if I knew what these did as well, the complementary, that not, I can assume, basically inverts it. But that's, I don't know what use that is. We might just have to give up on this for now. I don't want to, but it's just going to take too much time otherwise. And things like this, I struggle to figure out on stream because I'm trying to concentrate on like reading chat and trying to do this. And there's also a lot of noise going on outside at the minute as well. And you can't set it to... Hang on, you set one that it's work when below 50% and then one that says above like 75. That's the problem. You can only get it, you can only set a above this number. You can only get it to work if it is above this number. Not emits a signal when it's below, only above. It's... If we could do it the other way, it wouldn't be as bad. The only thing I can think is potentially we set this to XOR. I don't know if that's going to actually work or not. I don't think it will. Because basically, if we can say... Wait, hang on. Why is that even changing? There we go. That's better. Right, basically, if we can say work... turn on when you're below 75% or at... Oh, that doesn't even work. We can't set a lower limit. No, there's not a gate of any kind on it. It's literally just work, like, emit a signal when it's over this number, emit a signal when it's over this number. So if we, hang on, if we set this to 75, and then that's to 95, I'll keep going up, and then... Wait a minute. Why? Wait, why has that now not turned off? Wait, well, why is that not turned on? Oh, right, no, because it will now drop down below 75%, won't it? That will emit a signal. So that will emit a signal. Wait. No, that's right. No, that's right. Sorry, my brain is getting a little bit fried at the minute. So that'll turn on again when it drops below 75%, but then it will just keep going off and on again. Hang on, I'm gonna have to mute the music for me for a second here. Hold on. Give me a second. There we go. Right. Okay, so this will stay on until it drops below 75%. So if we say with this, that will, if we invert that, will that actually do anything? No, that's just saying whether it's a weak or strong signal, and that doesn't make a difference. So if that, one of those will emit a signal when it is above 75%, one will emit a signal when it's above 95%. If we can get it to say, so long as you only have one signal, which is, I believe is what the XOR thing should do. I might be misunderstanding that gate. But I figured that it should... Oh, well, that... Yeah, wait. No, that's also not going to work, is it? It's just only going to keep 75% in there instead of 95%. It needs to be... Basically, we need to make a toggle of some kind. So when it goes over at one point, it will toggle it one way. But I don't know how... I don't even know how to make a toggle like that in vanilla redstone, let alone anything modded. But basically, what we need to do is say... Each time it reaches one of these, it needs to give a pulse. But then again, that won't work either, will it? Because when it, say you start from empty, and then it gets to 75%, it'll toggle then, and then turn them off or on. Then once it gets to 95% full, it'll toggle it again. But then when it drops down, it'll just turn off again. It's... They've made this really awkward to do something like this. I mean, I'm sure they weren't intending for people to do stuff like this, but... What was it Guitar Lolin was saying earlier about at least I know what I'm doing? I'm not sure that entirely holds true. And also, how exact will this be? See, that'll be nice. Gives RS latch controlled energy status as a redstone cover. Because what we need, a latch is kind of what we need potentially, is it? I think there's a way to do this. I don't know what it is at the moment. For right now, I think we're just gonna have to deal with it as it is. Otherwise, we're just not going to get anywhere. And we're not going to get anything done today. That is going to bug me now until I figure it out, though. In the meantime, has our pyrolusite gone through? It has. Let's put that in to be washed. That should hopefully get us some manganese. Hang on, let me turn the music back on for me again. But it's just so frustrating that there's no turn on a signal when below this energy level. Why is there nothing like that? Hey, GG data. Why is there nothing like that? Hold on. Sorry, I'm not done with this yet, apparently. There's not a NOT gate in the sensors of the knife, which I think is a very, very odd way to do it. Like, all the sensors only work on is something over this value. Never is something under this value. Right, will these connect to things with redstone cards in them? No. Well, that's annoying, isn't it? God damn it. Because there is a toggle filter. From these, but can you still use a wrench? Speaking of which, where is my wrench? Ah, there it is. Oh, you can still connect them to things that are normally connected. Okay, good. All right, so you've got the redstone toggle filter, but you don't know what it does because there's absolutely no controls on it whatsoever. Oh, come on. Right, I'm apparently not done with testing this out yet. Yeah, the create mod definitely does make you think differently. All right, so if we, I'm assuming extract would be. Wait, so is insert? Okay, so we can get a toggle. Does this actually help us? No, because we still can't get it to emit a signal when it goes below a certain point. But... not a NOT. Where have we got a NOT gate? There we go. Let's say that turns on. Okay. And that only works when it's a pulse as well. So if that remains on, that you can't toggle it. So we haven't got one that turns it into a pulse. I don't think there's a way to do this, since we've got no way of detecting when something drops below a certain level. This is going to drive me nuts. Because I know there's a way we can do this. And I don't want this bullshit. I don't want it turning off and on again constantly. Okay, can we... Next... Okay, one more question. Can we get this to connect to here? Yes, okay. Okay, so we can get the signal out from there if we need to. Which means we can put a laser note. We can put all of... If we do need to make a toggle of some kind, we can put it down at the bottom. Okay, then, so... All we can do is we can get it so it's just basically got 2 redstone signals when it's over 95% and over 75%. And it'll have 1 redstone signal the rest of the time. When it... Okay. So if we... right, okay. If we say... If we can get it so when there's 2 redstone signals, it turns off. And then only turns on again when there are 0 redstone signals. So we'll get 1 redstone signal from over 95%, over the max value rather, and 1 redstone signal over after the 75%. So if we say, if both of those are on, turn off, and then we need to get it to turn on again when there are 0 redstone signals. Okay, I think we can actually, we can get this to work. I might need to go down here and actually set some stuff up down here, but I think we can make this work. I just need to... Where are we? Should be here? Have I got a laser node anywhere? Yeah. I think that should be below it. Yeah. Sorry about, by the way, I apologize if this is kind of boring anybody. I know this is not the most exciting thing, and this is not what we were intending to do today. But I have got a little bit of a bee in my bonnet, shall we say, over this. If we can do that, and then we do another redstone signal on there. The threshold is also kind of annoying. That doesn't actually make a difference to anything. If we can do that. So this will give... a redstone signal. When it's connected. I feel like I've lost everybody at this point. I do apologize. Okay, so that will give a redstone signal at that point. And this... if we go with magenta on that one, and then magenta on there... is that even working? I think we need some node and some overclocker cards in there. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make them though. Wait, what am I missing? More electrical steel. In a single player trying to see if you could help, but your brain got super lost. Yeah, mine's doing that. Imagine trying to do that while you're also trying to kind of pay attention to chat and stuff like that. It doesn't go well. Alright, so we need that. Actually, we need... oh, we could do with 2 of these, couldn't we? Fuck. Which means we are out of aluminium wire. But this is definitely not what I was intending to do today. I'd forgotten the fact that you couldn't check the, like, a lower limit. I also know that 95% of people in here would not bother doing what I'm doing now. I haven't got any pulsating iron, have I? Yeah, I know that like 95% of people wouldn't bother doing what I'm doing now because it's not necessary. By any means, but... alright, I'm assuming this just gets done in a... I should probably check this first, actually. Okay, we can do it in an LV autoclave. Good. But no, one thing I've realized with playing a lot of as many mod packs as I have, it's never a good idea to skip things because they're just because they're difficult. And to cut corners, because it usually ends up making more problems later on than if you would have actually just done it properly to begin with. I've done that far too many times myself. Wait, did I need... no, we have got more. But at least if anybody else comes across the same issues, hopefully we'll have a solution for it by the end of this. Right, hopefully that would actually help with this. I need this to be able to read both of these. And why are you not reading this? Ah, you probably were. I just wasn't outputting it. Although, why are you now not doing this? That's actually a good question. Why is the sensor... Why is only one of these sensors work? Oh, because that one's still on exact. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Pretty much, yeah. But basically, what I figured we need to do. This is basically... This is saying it's over 75%. This is saying it's over 95%. What we needed to do is say... When there is... Turn on when there is only... When there is 0 or 1 signal. Like where there's no signal or where there's 1 signal. And turn off when there's 2. Wait, no. Turn off when there's 2 signals and only turn on again when there's 0 signals. That's what we need to do. So when this and this is on, turn off. When neither of them are on, turn on again. So how do we do that with gates? It's going to be kind of ugly down here, but how do we do that with gates? No, I didn't add create, no. It probably would have been a lot easier if we did. I didn't want to add anything that added any, like, major content changing things and things that would change progression in any way. Okay, so... How do we do this? We need it so when this and this are on, turn off. And then how we can get that, we can do that as a... And with an AND gate, we can like when that and that are on, turn off. Emit a signal. And then we need to basically toggle that. Have that as a toggle and then toggle it so when neither of them are on, it also emits a signal. Okay, hang on. Can we... Hold on. Let me try something. Can we make an AND gate? And an AND gate, I guess. We want both of those. That would seem reasonable, Guitar Lillum. I don't know the terminology for a lot of this stuff, so... And also, do these... Do we get a redstone signal from these as well? Will they actually extract a redstone? Actually, you know what? I'm going to need more redstone lamps, aren't I? Usually what you do in this situation, you place 2 pistons that are moving. I don't want to use pistons. That's one thing I want to avoid. We don't need to... We shouldn't need to use pistons. If we can avoid using pistons, I would like to. That is not a redstone lamp. Wait, didn't I make an AND filter? could have sworn I made an AND filter. I could have sworn I'd made one. Oh, it did, and it used it to make the NAND gate, didn't it? That's right. Okay, that's fine. Right, so how does this work exactly with this? So how... Wait. How does an AND filter work if you're not telling it, like, AND... Do these filters even do anything at this point? Again, this is another thing I don't know. Are these filters even working? Like, how, with the AND gate, surely you need to be able to say which things you want as part of the AND gate. Like, which, like, this and this. But how do you say... a lot of this is also as much about finding out how these things actually work and if they actually work. Ah, okay. I didn't realize there was a configuration. Okay, so you can't get to the configuration options from within the GUI unless there is some kind of key binding I'm not seeing. If we put one on orange, one of those on orange, one of those on white. That on orange, that on white. But how does that... So descriptive. I don't know. See, here's the thing. I don't know if it's just not updating quickly enough. And that's the problem. Nope. Maybe it needs to be... This needs to be a signal other than the color we're doing it on. Well, we're trying to do redstone Boolean logic, yeah. Although it's not working overly well because shit doesn't work the way you expect it to. Right, let's just try this separated like this. But yeah, all we're trying to do at the minute, Banana, is have a way of turning this on when it goes below 75% and off when it goes over 95%. And there's not an easy way to do it, it seems. And the AND filters just seem to be weird. If blue and red are on, right, so if I'm right, this should be if blue and red are on. Wait, hang on, no, what did I set these for? I also hate the fact that we can't get to this from in there. So if brown and blue are on, red that should turn on. So if we set that to extract on brown, that to extract on blue. Okay, so that is working. Why wasn't it working before? Actually, that might be what it is. Although, the weird thing is, the conduit was still lighting up. The conduit was still lighting up. Which would indicate that it was getting a signal through it. Unfortunately, not Delta. That was so useful in Monifactory. So if we do that, and then if we set this, apparently it's already set on the same thing. Wait, NAND should be the opposite of an AND gate, right? Oh, right, no, because it's brown and blue, isn't it? Not green and brown. Okay. NAND should be the opposite of an AND gate, right? So... So that's kind of what working. Except we only want that to turn on again when both of these are off. Oh, so that wouldn't be the opposite of that, would it? So basically we want the output of that and then gone through a NOT gate as well. Which I thought was what this would have done, but... Well, that's kind of beyond the point, like beside the point of the minute anyway, Boomchi. These are the lamps we don't need. They're just as a tester to see where the signal is going and when it's turning off and on again. Like whether, like we won't be using lamps in the actual, when we actually set this up. We just need to know. See, that's what I figured. And that is actually what's happening though, isn't it? So what do we need then if we want... Because that is right. That is what it should be doing. Because when that goes off, that should go on, which is, it does. But how do we get it so that only turns on when both of these are off? What do we need for that? I've got to move these as well. We need a NOR gate. Where's that? And wait, where'd that and go? Oh wait, did it reset? Oh wait, no, hold on. I've not got it set up yet. That's right. And so we need a NOR gate. All right, hold on. See, I don't know my logic gates overly well. So, oh right, yeah. So NOR, so it shouldn't be. So yeah, that actually, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I think I get it. So that'll turn off. Aha! There we go. I've never studied this stuff. I just kind of, most of it is basically just logic. Like I know the logic of it. I know what I needed. I just don't know the names of the things. But this should be what we need. So basically let's assume that this is the 95% one and this is the 75% one. So it goes over 75%. Because this is going to work on a toggle, by the way. These two signals will toggle. What we wanted to do, I think that's the way we're going to have to do it. So let's assume we've dropped below 75%. That turns on. That should be fine, right? Because it will, if we're doing it on a toggle. Hang on, let's see. Can we, if we send a... Oh, we can't send a signal through there, can we? I think we figured that out, didn't we? That we can't actually send a signal through these. Or does, or can we? If we extract these on that, and then we run it, this would be the final output where we send the signal to wherever it's going. And we want this to be a toggle filter. See, that's sending a signal through. But this is not updating. There shouldn't be... Where is the signal coming from? And let's take that out for a second. But does that start on? Yeah, it's not actually toggling it at all, is it? Basically, what we need to do is we need these to be able to send a pulse when they first trigger. And then toggle this. See, Create would have made this really easy if we'd had Create in here. Can we configure this in any way? No, we can't configure that in any way. I don't understand why that, like, the toggle filter... Again, I don't know as well if we are actually getting a signal through either of these. I guess what we can do... It looks like we're getting something through it based on the changes on the conduit, but... I always hate it when I don't get these things straight away. It really bugs the crap out of me. Yeah, that's not sending a signal, is it? But we do obviously need, like, an interim thing here as well, though, don't we? Because we need something to... So we can actually... Oh, wait, hang on. Can we, We can't actually put... No, we can't get it to kind of connect in different places, can we? Like, we can't have a connection there that goes directly into another thing. So we can't do, like... I'm sure that was working before. Why can I now not... Oh, there actually has to be something there, doesn't there? Yeah, replacing the lamp with a repeater is not a bad idea. And that was the AND filter. And that was the NOR filter. But the thing is, we need it to be a pulse. And I don't think we've got anything outside of using something like a piston, which I really don't want to do. I don't know why I don't want to use a piston, but I really don't want to use a piston. This also is not configured correctly. But we need it to be a pulse rather than... Okay, so that... So when they've both turned off, that will turn on. Aha! Perfect! That is exactly what we want. So this is the 75% kind of full. That is 100% full. So when these are both off, that means it's below 75%, so they turn on. When it goes above 75%, that turns on. She doesn't change that. When it goes above 95%, turn that on. It shuts off again. And then until we get down to below 75%, stays off. Right, that's what we needed. It's actually a lot cleaner than I thought it'd be as well. Which is quite nice. Solar panel 5 requires IV stuff to make, even though it's listed as LV. To be fair, solar panels are kind of useless. Well, to be fair, it is LV. It's LV because it produces 32... Actually, it's even less than LV. 32 FE per tick. Actually, that does make more sense. Because that is LV. 128 FE per tick. Remember, if you divide that by 4, the conversion rate between EU and RF, that would only be producing 1 amp of LV power. So it is technically LV. Yeah. That's fairly common, to be honest, because solar panels are basically passive power generation. Like easy passive power generation. It makes sense that they're going to be made more expensive. And generally, something like this, you'd end up, you'd want to have something like that so you could have some system out in the world that you wanted to power using solar, where you don't need anything higher than LV. But 9 times out of 10, you probably won't use these. The later version, to be fair, in Monifactory, solar panels were massively OP. So, kind of makes sense. Right, we've got to get this set up. And working as we intend. Why do they need to? They don't need to rework it. It's LV power generation. It's producing 32 EU per tick. Therefore, it is LV power generation. It's exactly where it's supposed to be. How's it misleading? It's showing you power, things that generate that tier of power. I don't get how that is misleading. These produce 128 FE per tick. They are in the 128 FE per tick. 128 FE per tick is LV power. I think it's kind of implied that you realize how the power conversion works. It shouldn't need a disclaimer. Right, let's steal these in a second. Right, so both of these are going to extract on reds. Oh, I got to make sure I got these the right way around as well. So the one on the orange channel is 95%. So channel 1 is 95%. Channel 2 is 75%. We can always change that as well later. So that is, yeah, so that's the 75% side. This is the 95% side. Where is... Ah, there's the repeater. Actually, I think that's going to have to cross over there as well, isn't it? Yeah. And that was... That was the NOR gate, right? That's NOR gate. We'll set those to... We do need to change the outputs of these to brown and blue. I don't think the insert color on these matters, does it? All right, and then the final outputs we will end up having as a laser. Because this is going to have to go into a laser node. Okay, and we had this with toggle. In fact, we'll take the laser node out for now. We will replace it with this again, just to make sure we have this set up correctly. Which it's clearly not set up correctly. How has that somehow broken? How did I break this? It's because this is toggling so quickly at the minute, isn't it? So that should only go on when brown and blue are active. I think it's because the power's coming in too quickly. So it's dropping below the 95% and then toggling straight back on again. When the power comes in. Oh, yeah. Also, the fact that we're not actually... This isn't actually sending a signal to those, is it? That's also part of it. All right, so if we do that on channel 15, then we'll have to change these. Where's my hole? Or I guess we can do this a little differently and do it a little differently and just change these. That'll make it a little easier and a few less things to change. The problem now is that it's toggled, but it's toggled the wrong way. Okay, so hold on. Am I going to need to change the redstone behavior of the rest of these as well then? I think so, right? Hold on. So this is going to be turned on when it drops below 75%, right? So these need to... Yeah, these need to be toggled, don't they? To high. I will change the percentage of this to begin with, just to make sure... that it actually works as intended. If we change the lower limit to like 90%, what's 90% of 80 million? 72 million. Okay, so when that drops below 72 million, everything should kick back on again. Yeah, 90%. Hopefully shouldn't take too long to drop down below that. The good thing about this system, though, as long as we are using the capacitor bank, we shouldn't have to change any of this. Ah, I got you. I figured that might be what you thought, Tris. Right, so... is it going to work? It's not looking good. Because that should have toggled it to on. And it does not appear to have done so. Ah, crap. What have I done? Right, so nothing's on there. I don't even know if this will input a redstone signal into here from the conduit, honestly. I hadn't even considered that. Oh, for crying out loud. I'm a moron. I did that earlier as well. I forgot to actually connect it. There we go. So now it's gone over 85%. That should work. And if we drop that down to just like 87%, and once it goes over 87%, hopefully it should shut off. Although I don't know what 87% would be either. Oh, why is that doing that? I thought we had it then. That should have gone. That's gone over. Wait, wasn't 90% was what, 72 million? So why is that turned off? Is this toggling the wrong freaking way? Is that what's going on here? I am so very confused. I thought we actually had it figured out. How have I messed this up? Because it's now toggling it. That's brown and blue. So when neither brown or blue is on, that should toggle. We've spent 2 hours doing this so far. Why is this doing what it's doing? And why is this just not doing anything? All right, so it's on input. So why is it toggling this now? Like, why is this toggling constantly? This is the one that below 75%. So this should only come on when nothing is turned on. And that should only be the case when it's below 80% in this case. I'm wondering if it's anything to do with how close this is to here. If it's as simple as that. Might seem weird, but I have had similar issues in the past with redstone conduits. Good job we're trying this now as well, actually, because that's not right. Because like it's better to do it now when it's we're just kind of, if we waste any kind of fuel, we're wasting sugarcane. That's it. Okay, so where are we at the minute? Okay, so those are turned on now. So let's drop that down to 50%. That would be what? 40 million. But that should be turned on now, right? Or did I get that the wrong way around? Actually, no, that shouldn't be turned on now. That's right. Hold on. I am so very confused. That should be turned on now because none of these are turned on. So why are you not turned on? Which one of you has a redstone signal? Neither of you does. Although apparently that does. Energy limit of 50%. You are... Oh, no, you're not. Never mind. Okay. For some reason, I thought we had 100 million in there rather than 80. Never mind. When this drops below 40 million, it should turn on. I hope. Aren't you glad you all tuned into this thrilling Greg Tech content? Right. So any second now, that will turn on. And it'll start going nuts again. Why? Is it how quickly it's updating? Is that the problem? No, feel free to backseat in this situation, Guitar Lover. This is one of those situations where it's absolutely okay. I don't understand why this is turning off and on again. Like, why it's toggling it. This is supposed to only turn on when it drops below 50%. And so that when it drops below 50%, that means that none of them will be turned on. I mean, the only way it would not be working is if we weren't inserting enough to keep it over the 40 million. I think. I don't understand what it's doing. Like, it worked fine when we were testing it over there. But this signal, for some reason, is toggling so... It's just toggling on and off again. This should only trigger when there's nothing on. Or when neither of them are on. Okay, hold on. Let's take those out of there for now. And then let's just replace... Where are my levers going? There they are. Like, I understand how the logic is supposed to work. So when either of those are on, so basically that should turn on when it's over 50%. The problem is, it seems to be going down below, it seems as though it's going down below 50% before... I think I've got it the wrong way around, haven't I? I think I had the dynamos the first way, the first time. So that's when nothing's turned on. So when it's below 50%. No, wait, no. So that should turn on then. And then if you... Oh. Right. I think I'm starting to understand what the problem is here. Basically, so when that's... So it's below 50%. As soon as it goes above 50%, it turns on. This, I think, should be inverted. So as soon as it turns above 50%, that turns the things off, then it'll drop below and then come back on again, and so on and so forth. So I think we need this inverted. Because when both signals are on, yes, I did have it the wrong way around. So this is both signals on, so that's when it's full. That's when it drops below, like, the higher value. It's still turned on at that point, and then when it drops below... So the high signal will turn them off. I think I fucked this up somehow again. I thought I had it right when I was checking this out. So that's when it's at 9. So when it's at above, like, the upper threshold, it sends a signal out to turn them off. So they need to be running when there is no redstone signal. That's not right. That's not how it worked before. I've screwed something up here. Because this is not working the same way it was before. Because before, it would be, when we had that, it would have the signal, like, when both things are on, but it would not change the signal until that changed. So something's changed here. And I don't know what it is. The signal should only change when either both are on or both are off, not when one of those is changing. So, and it was doing that before. What did I change? Wait. That's what I fucking changed. When I put it back, I didn't put the toggle filter on. It's always the little dumb mistakes, isn't it? Right, okay. So that's when it's full. So it should have been and then when it drops below 75%, turns off. So basically we want it to run on a low signal. So it needs to be running at that point. So I did have it right initially. I had it right. I just made the dumb mistake of not putting one of the filters in. Okay, so hopefully that should work. So, and then we do that and that to simulate it being full. They're turned off. Turn one of them off when it drops below the maximum threshold. That should change. That changes nothing. When it drops below the lower threshold, turn back on again. Okay. In theory, this should work. And we shouldn't have, what we don't want is things kind of flickering off and on again. So if we set the upper threshold to something a little bit lower just to test this. So the upper threshold to 60%. We're just testing now, but hopefully when this drops below, we're going to have to raise that up a little bit to 55, maybe 58%. When it drops below that point, it should toggle on. And then should turn off again when it gets above something. What is 58% of 80 million though? Oh, fuck off. 46.4 million. Okay, we still got a few million left to go. Should actually be a lot easier to test if we had more power coming out. I'm sure that should have dropped below it by now. Ah, there we go. Okay, so then when this drop goes above 60 million, or 60% rather, it's about 48 million, it should turn off. And then once we know that's working, we can just set the thresholds to where we want them. There we go. Okay, that looks like it's working. All this just so I don't get a bunch of flicky lights constantly. That seems to be working. What? That was an ordeal. If we set it to 90% as the upper threshold, and then we'll keep this down to 50%. Hopefully, we can't keep an eye on this the whole time it works, but that looks like it's working. Jeez, that was an ordeal and a half. Sorry for how long that took, chat. That was going to bug me until I actually got it figured out. This is actually one of the things I do like about the way my brain works is that things like that, I generally won't quit on them until I either know for certain it definitely won't work or I get it to work. Those are the only options. Hey, we have manganese. We've just got that working, Yuki. You fuck off with your gremlins. How you doing, Yuki? Right, and this should go through the thermal centrifuge now, right? Yeah, that'll get us some tantalite. Because why not? Usually it takes the same time. For you? Yeah, it's kind of like, I don't like quitting things like that. Like, if I'm somewhat sure something is going to work, I will make sure I get it to work. Both a blessing and a curse. But there we go. We got that working. We have the power gen sorted. Now when we do start adding more oh, and we are gaining pulsating prediction matrices again, which is good. But yeah, once we do start getting things getting more power gen coming in, the good thing about that system is we should never have to change that. So long as it does work the way we were expecting it to, and it seems to be, we should never have to change that now. And I always feel like it's worth taking that extra time to set something up like that where you know it's just, that's it, it's done, you can just leave it. You're not dead yet? Just been sleepy as hell? I can appreciate that. I've been exhausted recently myself. Anyway, what were we actually doing now? We were working on stainless steel. We were also making a little bit more vibrant alloy. So we'll leave that going. What was the other? What did I even put in my title that we were going to do today? I got so sidetracked. RF storage, improved power gen, and stainless steel. Okay, so the improved power gen is the next thing we wanted to look at then. Basically, numismatic dynamos. We're going to need to do some maths again for this, but we're not going to do it straight away. We're going to make the bloody thing first. But we are going to need to do some maths just so I know how many data models, like shulker data models, we're going to need in order to run the numismatic dynamos. So let's make at least one of these for now. Actually, let's make two to start with. Wait, did I miss? Oh, I missed the iron furnace, didn't I? It's diamond we needed, right? The two diamond furnaces. These are actually pretty cheap as well, actually. Silver rods. If we're making two, we need 6 silver rods. Oh, we are going to need silver as well, aren't we? So we need to see what we can get silver from hostile neural networks wise. We are also going to have to, I think, expand on this soon. And then set it up so we've got... Wait, how many have we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... Yeah, so basically we can pretty much double this up. I kind of wish I'd put these nodes on the other side, although it's not really going to matter too much. I think if we add another set in, we'll basically have another loot fabricator and another 7 things here. Probably dedicated mostly to shulker data models, depending on how many we need. Anyone who's not used these before, by the way, in Monifactory or anything... Oh, would you look at... Holy shit, I've actually already got 4 vibrant bimetal gears. I'm guessing I found those. Yeah, if you've never used the numismatic dynamos in Monifactory or Omnifactory, or any of the previous variants of this, they have been heavily buffed, to put it mildly. Right, we also need 6 gold turned into rods. 5 gold, since we've already got 2 gold rods. Oh, by the way, Yuki, if you're still here, have you still been playing GTNH? What else do we need? Red alloy. Oh, we should actually already have the red alloy plates by the looks of it. There we go. Beautiful. So yeah, 2500 RF per tick by default. Now, obviously we're going to have to do the maths on how much this is going to take, on how many diamonds we're going to need for this. But each diamond will give you 1.2 million RF. Your basin cabin is over a deep dark. At least you don't have to go far to travel to find a warden. Although it will make mining the bedrock a little bit more of a challenge. Actually, I'd be curious whether create contraptions would somehow trigger the warden with the noise. I assume not, since it's not tied to since the kind of the warning thing is triggered to tied to a player. But who knows? Anyway, by default, you are going to need 1 diamond will last 480 ticks, which is 24 seconds. So by default, you would need 1 diamond every 24 seconds. Which is not a huge amount, honestly. Wait, first of all, actually, let's figure out how often you will get diamonds, or how many diamonds per second you're going to get. So, with a self-aware shulker data model, you've basically got a 30% chance of getting 6 diamonds every 15 seconds. So, every 15 seconds, you're going to get... Hang on. 0.3, 1.8 diamonds every 15 seconds. So, basically, that's 1 diamond every 8.33333. 8 1/3 seconds, basically. That is how, with a single data model, obviously. With multiple, obviously, you would increase that for how many you have. But you're going to get 1 diamond every 8.3 seconds. So, how many diamonds is that per second? Hold on. Uh, 0.12 diamonds per second, roughly. Which is not a huge amount. So 0.12 diamonds per second. Right. Somebody remember that. Actually, let's... where's that sign gone? That's per data model. Oh, I shouldn't have broken the sign, should I? Now I've got to apply the glow ink again. Dang it. So 0.12 diamonds per second. Or 8.33 seconds per diamond. And with the basic one, what did we say we needed? 1 every 24 seconds. So without any upgrades in there, you could run nearly 3. Yes, it is nerfed to 30%. We have based that on... We are basing our calculations on that. But 2.88 numismatic dynamos per thing. So that's... what, 2.88 times 2,500. 7,202 RF per, basically 7,202 RF per tick per data model. And each data model only takes 512 RF per tick. So, basically, pretty powerful. But, obviously that will change as we add augments into it. And components and everything else, which we do want to do. I want to make basically a full set of components again so we can test it out. I want to make, I think, six of each of the efficiency and generation augments, and 2 of each of the components, just so we can test like which configurations we can realistically get to and realistically use. So by that I do mean like two hardened components and 2 the reinforced ones. So we're going to need to make 4 of the hardened ones to begin with. That's what, 16? And then invar plates. If we're making 4 of these, 8, so yeah, 16 invar as well. I need to remember that that's the... Okay, so 16 minus 4, since we already have a few. And then invar screws. So for each one, so 2 ingots basically making screws. Although we've already got a few there. Hang on, it is screws we need, not bolts, right? Yeah. Right, what else do we need? Red alloy wire. There we go. Ultimate Sus, welcome. I hope you're well. Yeah, these will increase the output by 1.5 times, so that's 3,750 RF per tick, but obviously that will mean we need to use more more diamonds in order to keep up with the requirements. We're also going to need, what, 16 cobalt brass. Do I have 16 cobalt brass left? Yes. Just. Alright, 16 cobalt brass. What else do we need? 4 hardened glass. We should have plenty of hardened glass. Well, not plenty, but we got enough. That's fine. And double electrum plates. 8. So 16 electrum. I've also got my hammer on me. I do. How are we doing for the cobblestone now, anyway? We are actually making cobblestone now, which is good. All right. And then with those augments in there, takes it up to 6,250 RF per tick. But how often, if we say we just had those augments in there, how often will we need diamonds? Oh shit, I'm late for my break again. God damn it. Every 192 ticks. So basically, 1 diamond every 9.6 seconds. Which we could still run 1.15 of these per data model. But we can also add in augments. Which I could have sworn I had some. I did. They're not actually called augments, are they? Right, we've got the 6 multi-cycle injectors. Those will basically increase efficiency. So 133% efficiency, which basically means it will produce 133% of the RF. So times 1.2 million times 1.33, 1.596 million, divide that by 6,250, every 255.36 ticks, or 12.768 seconds. So off 2 data models, we could run 3 of those, which is 18,750 RF per tick. I'm doing all right, Hyena, although I am late for a break, so I am actually going to have to go and take that break. If you guys have been sat down for a little while as well, I do suggest you do the same thing. Just get up, wander around, use the bathroom, whatever you got to do. I wouldn't exactly call it hardcore maths, or maths either. But I will be back in a couple of minutes. I am going to run some ads during the break. I will only ever run these during the break, though, so you shouldn't miss anything. But I will be back in just a moment. All right, everybody, I am back. Thank you all for sticking around during that break. I do greatly appreciate it. All right, where were we? We were making the other upgrades for these, which means we are probably going to need some more sterling silver. Thank you for the welcome back, Tribble. What is the other one? We've got the multi-cycle injectors. It's the auxiliary reaction chamber, isn't it? Increased generation rate, but reduces efficiency. Because basically what I want to do is find out what the best combination of upgrades we can do is. In terms of how much power we can generate kind of per diamond. With as few machines as possible. I have indeed returned. How you doing, V? How's your mind coming along? Yeah, sterling silver's the only annoying thing here. If we want to make 6 of these, we're going to need 12. Oh, no, never mind. We got some left. We are good. Actually, what do I still need? Just 6, 12, 18, 9 silver to turn into rods. You took off yesterday? For good or just temporarily? Or download RAM idle too. I've not heard of that, no. Wait, what is the stack size guitar level? I've never reached that, so I'm curious. 99. No, why 99? Wait, am I still too short? Ah, there they are. Right, so if we were to put 1 of the reinforced components and 3 of those in there, that would give us 25,000 RF per tick. But how many data models will we need to run that? Because that's... Oh, yeah, that's also at 73% efficiency as well. So 1.2 million times 0.73. We'd only get 876,000 RF out of it. Divide that by 25,000. 35.04 ticks. That would last. Or 7... Wait, hold on. Or 1.752 seconds. So in order to run that... wait, what did we say it was? 1.72? 1.75. We would need 4.7 or basically 5 data models to run that. Get 25,000 RF per tick. How much RF per tick could we get with 5 data models at the default speed? 1.2 million divided by 2,500 divided by 20. So 24, well, 1 every 24 seconds. And 24 divided by 8.3333. We could run 2.8 of them per data model. With 5 data models, it'd be 14.4 of them times 2,500, 36,000. Okay, so you're actually better off having, with the efficiency being better, 512 FE per tick. So significantly less than you're making. It is an absolute bargain. But with 5, if we had 5 Shulker data models running with no upgrades whatsoever, we could make 36,000 RF per tick. But that would take 14.4. If we just say 14, if we just say we could run 14 data models off 5 things. So if we times that, 14 times 2,500, 35,000 RF per tick, as opposed to the 25,000 we could get with a higher production, which later on isn't going to be an issue as we can run more and get more and more diamonds more and more easily. What about though if we were to put? Okay, so if we did it with one component and 3 fuel efficiency, how would that do with save? I don't know why I'm using 5 data models as a kind of a metric here, but anyway, 1.2 million times 1.33. Divide that by 6,250 is 255.36. Or 12.1 every 12.768 seconds. And we are getting one every 8.33 seconds. So that's roughly 1.5 of these per data model. 5 times 1.5 is 7.5. Multiply that by 6,250. 46,875. So that's obviously an even better configuration for them. What about if we took one of those out and replaced it with that? How would that do? Could somebody remember 46,875? Because that's currently our best option here. Then, so 1.2 million, times that by 1.09. That's 1.3 million RF per diamond. Divide that by 12,500. 104.64 ticks. Divide that by 20. You need 1 diamond every 5.232 seconds. So divide that by 8.3. You can run 0.62 data models, 0.62 dynamos per data model. Multiply that by 5 again. There's 3.14. We'll drop that down to 3 times 12,500. 37,500. So it looks like the best, like, absolutely, so long as you have vibrant alloy, the best way is absolutely just multi-cycle injectors. Because 37,500 is obviously considerably less. And you just need to have more numismatic dynamos. And that's basically it. So, and 37,000, so assume we go with 46,875. That will obviously go down to 11,718 FE per tick. And then if we just use HV power as kind of a basis for this, how many amps of HV would that be? 22 amps of HV. Or 5.7 amps of EV. And it should be relatively easy to expand on all of this. So, yeah, I think that's the way we go. Right, okay, so let me go back again and see how many data models we could get from these, because I've already forgotten. Come for the Minecraft, stay for the maths craft. Exactly. Who doesn't love maths? So 1.596 million divided by 6250, 255.36 by 20. And we could run 1.5 of these off one data model. So if we add one more shulker data model onto this, and then run 3 of these, that's going to give us, well, I mean, another 18,750 FE per tick. And we are currently only producing, what, 11,000 something? So yeah, I think that's the way we go. Is our shulker data model up to self-aware yet? Yes. We need to go and make another one. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, Banana. I finally found my swamp. It only took me till like about an hour after your stream ended yesterday. But I did finally find a swamp. Unfortunately, that swamp I found did not have the structure in it that I needed. So I had to go and find another one, but thankfully it was just round the corner, so not that much of an issue. Right, let's... Since we actually have the stuff here... What was that for? Oh, that was the... augment, wasn't it? But yeah, I did find it eventually. Not quite as close as yours, though. Okay, right. We need another shulker data model. Can start that going. We do have one more spot left in there, so that's good. We actually don't need the power as such right now, but it's going to come in handy soon. Right, how do we want to do this? That's a good question. We need to make... Well, first of all, we need to make one more numismatic dynamo. By the way, if anybody, any of the stuff that I'm doing, if anybody isn't sure what I'm doing or why I'm doing it, please feel free to ask. I don't always make things as clear as they probably could be. And it may also be that you're wondering what the hell I'm doing because I'm doing it completely wrong. But that is also a very reasonable possibility. Okay. Oh, we are going to need to make the vibrant bimetal gears now, though, aren't we? Means we need to get the infinity bimetal gears. Do I have any more grains of infinity? Yes, good. Okay. So we're going to need... How many of these? 2 more? So 4 grains of infinity. Eight iron turned into gears. We've still got to get stainless steel done today as well. Safe in not being able to know if you were doing it wrong or not. I guess at the end of the day, if it works, it can't be that far wrong. I'm pretty sure my maths is right in terms of the power generation, though. Although I'm not 100% certain, if I'm honest. Ah, there we go. I am going to need to make some more pulsating iron, though, soon. So, infinity bimetal gears and those. Let's put those in there now. How is... Did we go through all of the pyrolusite? Not quite. I think we have now, though. We do also need a couple of vibrant alloy plates. Oh, and red alloy plates as well. People doing maths on stream should always be held accountable. Oh shit, I need silver as well. We do need more we need more pulsating prediction matrices, though. That can be something we work on soon. Hang on, what are we... Oh, apparently we've completed a bunch of quests. What have we done? Ah, vibrant alloy. Okay. And then power generation. Ah, there we go. That's from the numismatic dynamos. There we go. We just need... We should have the component already. Or almost. I am going to need to get some more cobalt brass soon, though. I think we are starting to run a little short. Yes. Just a little bit. So we've got 2 of those coming in. We should have those. That means we're also going to need 8 electron plates. I'm pretty sure we got the hardened glass. There we go. And one more. Or, I guess, 3 more. We need the... Oh, not flux efficiency. What are we doing? Multi-cycle injectors. Those should be easy enough. We just need another 3 of these. So... 3 more gold. Once we've got this set up, we'll start working on stainless steel. And hopefully we can get our first stainless steel today. And then start getting into some of the HV stuff tomorrow. Should have enough wrought iron already. We're just going to need 6 more copper gears. Wait. Didn't I put 3 gold in there? I guess I did, and 3 is not enough. Whoops. Let's get a few extras. We did. It seems to be working. Not 100% certain. It's kind of hard to keep an eye on it constantly and check, but it appears to be working. I love the fact that I spent that much time purely so I didn't have to watch things blinking on and off constantly. That might have been slightly overkill. You did also miss the maths on the numismatic dynamos. That was great fun as well, Life. I'm sure you'll be kicking yourself for missing that. Alright, so... Where'd they gone? There it is. There we go, right, we have 3 of these. I'd like to have another one. Your heart's broken, your day's ruined. I know, I'm sorry. I should have waited. I know how much everybody loves the maths of these things. I do need an interface. Which means a bunch more aluminium. Plates. There's me. Does time fly by in Minecraft? You feel like you're always sleeping? No, I don't think that's just you. No. I need more sticky resin. Oh, hang on. I think I put a whole bunch through here, didn't I? Yes, I did. Beautiful. We still need to move the greenhouses over. Haven't moved those yet. There's a good chance I'm going to need another lot of covered cables as well. Wait. Where did all my covered cables go? Are they still over here? A whole lot of coal coke. There was a whole bunch of covered cables. I am very confused. I have lost like 4 stacks of covered cables. I have genuinely lost 4 stacks of covered cables. That's actually really not good. Those are not the most fun things in the world to make. Where have they gone? Damn it, Tribble. I am actually kind of annoyed about that. I don't know where they went. We had 4 stacks of them in a barrel underneath our assembler. And they've gone. Nope. Nothing in there. Nothing in there. Nothing in there. I don't know what I did with them. Only thing I can think is when I broke the stuff and moved it over from here, they were still in the barrel. I forgot about them. I had a full inventory when we broke it, and they just dropped on the floor, and I missed them. Ah, damn it. I mean, they can't be in any of the barrels. If they'd have been in any of the barrels, we would have, they would have shown up when we did the find nearby items thing. Why? Ah. Okay. I was banking on having those. Ah, shit. Okay. And I don't know where else they'd have gone. You ever stress your system? Time to add more water wheels? You could always upgrade from water wheels. Surely find them when I don't need them. That's normally when I find them. Like as soon as you don't need them anymore. I'm going to keep checking barrels. I know they're not going to be in here, but I'm just going to keep checking barrels anyway. Just in the hope that, like, one of these times they're just going to, it's just going to be like, aha, just kidding. I was there all along. Somehow I don't feel like that's going to happen, but you never know. Stranger things have happened. Not many of them, but I'm sure they have. I might have to go back through the VOD. Like, I don't like rewatching my VODs, but I might have to go back through the VOD and see what happened. No, even if I died them, they would show up in when we search for applied energistics. So they're gone. What do we need? Oh, we can't even make... Okay. Charge status quartz. I'm trying to remember when I last saw them. I got no idea. They're gone, though. I think regardless, like, no matter anything else, they're gone. We might be here for a while waiting for that. Okay. That's fine. Okay. So, while we're doing that, let's start looking at what we need to find and sort out as far as stainless steel goes, since that is our next step. We have got a few stacks of manganese now. Chromium is the other thing that we're going to be a little short on. And by a little short, I mean we've barely got any. The chromium, what is our methods for getting chromium now? Chromite. But we haven't been to the end yet, and I think we can only get it in the end. Although, can we buy it? No, we can't even buy it. We actually have to go to the end, or the moon, to get that. So no chromite yet. It's going to have to be ruby, isn't it? The only way we're going to be able to get it is... We can't get it from macerating at the minute, so we're going to have to get it through... just through ore washing. I know we have got a little bit of ruby. If I just do 3 stacks for now... That should be okay. How are we doing for our... Charge search quartz? Oh, we're almost there. Was it upgrade to water wheels? Oh, sorry, yeah, windmills would usually be my next step from there, but there's also boilers as well and kind of steam engines. I don't know how easy those would be to properly automate in cabin, though. What can we do with the pyrolusite from here? Anything? No, not really. I could get more oxygen out of it, technically, but I don't think we need to do that at the moment. I can just go in... I will just smelt it. Fuck it. I'll get a small manganese. Yeah, I would probably go with I'll probably go with windmills. Because like one full-size windmill will give you, I think it's 8,192 stress units. Right, I think we're just going to do this in world. It's going to be easier. Although that being said, I don't know if I have an actual water source anywhere. We're in an ocean, but I don't think I've got a water source anywhere. Wait, let me get away from there because otherwise it's going to get picked up by my magnet. There we go. Right, 2 stacks of Fluix. We've got to turn that into dust form. It's actually going pretty quick with the ruby. What do we need to do washing-wise? Unsurprisingly, whack it in there. I really want to know where those cables went. I can't believe I would have just got rid of them. I'm sure I wouldn't. But I have no idea where else they'd be. Nope. Nothing. Oh, shit. I am realizing I don't have an upgrade, a void upgrade or a storage upgrade on my glass, though. Need them, so you took them? What do you need them for, V? I'm guessing you're nowhere near an ME system in TFG. Or are you just kind of preempting it? Exactly why you need them. But they're no good if you haven't got anything to attach them to. Wait, what? Why have I got 2 glass? Huh? I am confused. I am very confused. Why do I have 2 things with glass in them? Why? Let's stop. I'm glad I checked that. Oh my god. This is what happens when you forget to put a void upgrade in somewhere. You end up with stupid amounts of glass. How much can we store in there anyway? 131k. Alright, give me seconds, Ada. Let me just fix my screw up. Which apparently there's a lot more of than I thought. Wait, hang on. We've got 37.4 in there. How much glass have we got? Oh, God. There's another, like, 22,000 somewhere in here. Oh, my God. See, it actually worked out quite nicely that I checked where I was trying to find those, Oh, shit. I know. I know what's happened now there as well. These were supposed... The pulsating prediction matrices were supposed to be in the drawer, and I never locked it. That's what was supposed to be in that other drawer. If not, there we go. That should be good. Although we do want to take these out of here. Okay, that should be fixed. Although I still don't have my cables. I'm going to see what what was 8%. Very nice. So how far through? Like, I'm assuming you're still in like the first stage on cabin. How close are you to kind of moving to the next one and getting stuff kind of set up for the next one? Don't even know how to get to the ages. It's just kind of, well, it's not so much ages. I keep using the word ages because I've been playing a ton of SevTech recently, and everything there is described in kind of terms of ages. But it's more just kind of like progression stages. So there is a quest book. There should be a quest book in there for it. Yeah, a light overlay would have been nice in it, but I guess that is a design choice, I guess. Wait. I was going to say, did I just lose a backpack as well? I'm losing everything at the minute. Including my freaking cables. Alright, let's put those back. I'm going to grab some rubber. We're going to need it. You found a marble. Wait, where did you find a marble code? I'm confused. Kind of fairly common for me. I can't believe I lost 4 stacks of these. I just now said I lost it. Oh, right. Oh, no, I lost my marbles a long time ago. They're long gone. I'm still looking for those freaking cables. They'll randomly show up at some point. In just some completely weird place. How far away does this work, exactly? Actually, not very far away. You have to be pretty close for that to work. But maybe there was a barrel somewhere that I have not checked. I don't think so, though. Right, where were we? Working on chromium. Have we got any yet? 18? We're getting there. You know, this isn't your marble? I mean, I think mine's long gone. It's probably somebody else's in here code. Mine rolled away years ago. Probably having a better time than me at the minute as well. I can't believe I lost 4 stacks of covered cables. Right, we're going to do the numismatic dynamos over on this side, I think. Where's the center point? There. Let's find the center of the... We don't need to find the center of the chunk, do we? We just need to find... Say there-ish. What I'm thinking is we do a similar kind of pathway to this. And then the lights area around it. And then we'll have the dynamos on there. So from the center, they should be on the 3rd block out. So from there, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Do I have any more laser nodes? I don't think I do I? Oh, yeah, I do. They have a marvelous time. I think what we're going to end up doing with these is basically having 4 of them going into a single laser node. And then we can just feed all 4 of them. Obviously, we've only got 3 at the moment. But we can, once we have them, we can just feed all of them with that single node. Eventually, we will have considerably more than this as well. I think you're missing a marble. Ah, that's whose it was, Code. It was Guitar Lillan's. I think it's going to be... I think it'll be like just like a 3 by... I guess it'll be a 3 by 5 eventually. Something like that. Because then the other one would be on the side there. Yeah, I think that works. All right, we just need a few things. We're going to need more frame panels, aren't we? Yeah, okay, let's go and get some more of those. I still haven't properly decided how we're going to get up and down from here yet. And we can always like easily expand these. I missed a bit. Always easily expand these backwards a little bit as well. Like we can add like another set of numismatic dynamos behind here and just keep doing that. Okay. Now we've just got to get this hooked up to the rest of everything else. And center's going to be what? There? I think we can probably get away with having that just a single interface there. Actually, no. Let's do the single interface at least in line with this. That'll make more sense. And we need the other laser node there. We need to output diamonds. These are not going to work fully straight away. Also, do I... Oh, that's another thing. Do I keep these on the same network as the power? Since the whole idea was that we have... The power is always separated from everything else. I mean, we're using it to make power, but it's not transferring power. I didn't really want to be moving items around in this on the same laser network. I wanted to keep them separate. But if I keep them separate, I then need to add in more laser nodes to here and here, or here and here, in order to keep with that. And I think I am going to do that, because if we're going to do this, we're going to do it properly. I mean, slightly more laser nodes, but it is just makes things cleaner and easier to switch around later. Oh! Okay, that was actually really cool. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, so what happened there? We did slash home. I accidentally used my... my hook, and then... Oh, come on. In cooldowns. What happened there? Will it happen again? Yep. Wait a minute. Hold on. That just flung me... Wait. Right, let's put ourselves... Hang on, let's put ourselves on top of here, just so we've not got anything that's going to block us. I'm going to have to wait again here. We do that. Do that. Give it a minute or two, or a second or two. I want to see how far we fly with this. Oh, it's pulling me towards the... It's pulling me towards where the hook was. Okay, hold on, right. So what happens if we do that and then that? I did not expect that. My hands aren't on the keyboard right now, by the way. That's one way to get home. Okay, that was kind of weird, but fine. Anyway, right, where were we? Oh, crap, I just put my shovel away, didn't I? Absolutely cheating, yes. I don't know what use it is to us, but yes, absolutely cheating. Okay. So we're going to do there and there, I think. And then if we do another set of these on this side, we'll do them like there and there. We can always even do them above as well. We are going to have to move this now, though. But this is fine. Except it needs to be one of... Oh, I put my covered cables away. Except it needs to be one of these instead. Oh, it's just a little bit too far. That's okay. We'll just put an extra one in there. Okay, so that's part of the power. That will be extracting power from these. We are going to need more energy cards as well, though. That will be extracting on orange. Wait, what do we have as the yeah, that's orange is the extraction channel. Oh yeah, they don't need to be on orange, do they? They need to be on pink. Channel 2. Because that's inserting into the ME system. And that's not actually enough, is it? These are going to be 6,250 each, right? So yeah, we do need the vibrant alloy overclocker. Okay. We get 2 of these set up for now. Actually, we can only get 1 because we need the overclockers. Next stop, redstone. GG. I'm hoping to get there on Friday. What do I need? Energy cards. Oh, have I really run out of vacuum tubes as well? No. Damn it. Alright, that's fine. Need a couple of these. Okay. What else do we need? We need those. We need 2 of those. 2 of those. And I think it's 6 iron plates for each. So we're going to need a few more. Gonna need some more rubber as well. Wait, what am I doing? All right. Oh, I needed to make more vacuum tubes, didn't I? We don't have any even easier ways of making these now, do we? No. We just need annealed copper and steel bolts and glass tubes. At least we've got plenty of glass, as we found out earlier. So if we do... Hang on, let's do 24 of these recipes. Because we can do 8 from one red alloy ingot. That'll be... Actually, let's do 32. Of those. Steel bolts. We're going to need 4 steel for that. And we're going to need 32 annealed copper, which we have 30. Of course we do. Do we have any more over here? Yeah, we do. Hey, miss. How are you doing? How are you feeling now? Are you all better now? Nope, but struggling on. I guess that's better than nothing, but it would be nicer if you were okay. Soon, hopefully. Right, annealed copper. Get rid of those. That into there. There we go. We've also got 2 more stacks of covered cables, which I will not lose this time. Sure, will settle down once you settle to your new job. Have you actually started the new job now, or are you still waiting to get started? No, those need to go up there, don't they? Right, what do I need? Energy cards. Second June, you asked for an extra week. Your boys coming home for half term. That's fair. I'm guessing they were okay with that. And then extract on pink. Right, we need to set these to... Wait, what do we need to set these to? Redstone-wise, it was low, wasn't it? Do I have... Oh, I could do with some more counting filters as well, actually. Actually, can I make any more of these? Yes, perfect. All right, so we needed 12 of them. There we go, that works. So off apprenticing in September. So this is your last year to get holidays with him. Oh, nice. Where is he doing an apprenticeship? And what kind of work's he doing? No, fuck. I always get that wrong. It's only pushing it back by a week. That's fair. I don't know how kind of forgiving companies are these days. It's been a very long time since I actually worked. We'll put that card in there for now, and I guess we'll actually set this one up as well for when we're ready for another numismatic dynamo. That's not the right one. That's what we're after. Right, and these need to be set to low. Choose the nature of your job. There's usually a way for you while they do your security clearance, so they have to be okay, really. That's fair. That makes sense. Does merchandising at Hereford's... mechanicking. Am I reading that right? Sorry, for some reason my brain just went completely numb with that word and it just would not read it. Yeah, spanners. That's what he do. What does he do? He does spanners. I guess it's to be fair that I do like things to be descriptive, so that is the best way you could describe it to me. So we get rid of that. Replace that with that. We do that. And then I realize, oh, I do have more laser nodes. Then connect that to there. I think that's already connected up to the top. Change the color. Because aesthetics are important. And then I don't think we're going to need to worry too much about overclocking that. And then we just need 3 redstone cards, which let's copy the settings from these just to be on the safe side. Right, so those should turn off. Hold up, I'm in the wrong place. I need to be up top. Yeah, those should turn off when they get to 90%, which should go a whole lot quicker. We are now inputting 20... Wait, that's not as much as it should be. That's a little bit more like it. Although, still less than I thought it'd be. Oh, wait, no, that should be fine. That should be right. Because it was... Wait, what did we have before? It was 6,400 plus 4,800 plus 6,500 times 3. 30,700 we should be getting, which we won't now because everything's shut off, which it's supposed to do. It looks like the energy system and the actual kind of threshold of settings for this are actually working, which is fantastic. Mechanical engineering, but hands-on approach rather than book approach. That's a much better way to learn, if you ask me. Like, I always feel like practical experience is far better than just theoretical experience. All right, let's get rid of some of this stuff. I still can't get over the fact that I lost those frickin' cables. Oh, there we go. Stacking 3 of chromium now. Right, I know we need chromium for other stuff as well. We need it for stainless steel. We are going to need it for nichrome. We are going to need it for canthal. Do we need it for anything else coming up, like, soon? That we need to... So we need to not use it all, for example, for stainless steel. You got might give Monifactory another go? Monifactory or Monifactory? See, this is always the confusing bit with it. Like, there's Omnifactory, Nomifactory, Nomifactory CEU, and Monifactory. Oh, it's all good. I think everyone else has gone to sleep after all the maths we've been doing today, so it's nice for you to keep it alive a little bit. I am failing to do that myself. All right, we got the Vibrant Alloy Energy cards. Cards carry even more RF power. Tribble's still awake. I'm guessing just chewing on cables. Oh, God, we've been live 6.25 hours now. God damn it. Joe's still alive as well. Right, let's see if we can at least get our first stainless steel today. Because that will allow us to start working on HV stuff. Tomorrow, though, we are definitely going to have to get I was hoping to do this today, actually, but we didn't get time. But I'm hoping to get the laser engravers and the cutters sorted out so we can start making silicon balls. Actually, we can start making silicon balls now, come to think of it. But I'd rather use the EBFs at the minute for stainless steel. Right, so... Which of these recipes is going to be easier? Probably the iron, nickel, manganese, and chromium ones. Rather than turning some of it into Invar dust, and it just doesn't seem worth it. Oh, I need to get back to my Foundry playthrough, AK. I restarted like 2 or 3 times since the last update, because I realized I could make things so much better. And then I got sidetracked by Sevtech Ages. Oh, miss, thank you for the bits and the giant emote. That is still one of my favorite emotes. I love the art style Quiet used for it. Actually, what I could really do with is getting an actual Minecraft skin. Can't really see my current one. Of a similar thing. As much as I love the Salvador skin, I think it could do with being updated a little bit. But how are you enjoying Foundry, AK? All right, let's make 9 stacks of stainless steel. We've got a stack of chromium. We've definitely got a stack of manganese. Although not in there. We've got a stack of chromium. We've got a stack of manganese. We can easily make 6 stacks of iron and a stack of nickel. And that will start us on our journey into HV. Well, sort of start us on our journey into HV. We've still got a lot of stuff to do. We're also getting quite a bit of tantalite, actually. I have a full body picture of my Twitch character. No. I don't believe Quiet's ever done one. At least not like kind of fully fleshed out one. I think she's done sketches of them. You might need to ask Quiet about it. What do you do with the Tantalites? Tantalum is something we're going to need later. Is Techopolis beginner friendly? I would say so. But I'm not always the best judge of these things. I'm obviously used to more expert level packs and kind of things like we're doing now. But I'm not necessarily the best judge of that. Love doing Minecraft skins for funsies, so just curious if you could make one. I mean, if you can get a hold of a full body version of it, or get Quiet to make one, then I have absolutely no problems with you doing that. It'd be nice to have a change. Like, I've had this same skin for as long as I can remember. Largely, I think because I used to play a ton of Borderlands 2. I haven't played in ages, though. I am looking forward to Borderlands 4, though. It looks awesome. Right. Okay, what was I doing? Stainless steel. We need a circuit. We do. That's going to be slow as balls. We're going to be here a while waiting for that. Right. How is everything doing at the minute? Like, how are we holding up with everything that needs to be held up? Oh, shit. How are we doing for sulfuric acid now? We haven't actually put any sulfuric acid in for a while. We are down to our last 80 buckets, so we kind of need to go and get a little bit more sulfur. Do I want to do that before we call it a day? I don't know, but I can hear a baby crying outside. That's very disturbing. Change yours every couple of years because you're always dyeing your hair. Mine's nothing to do with me, thankfully. Like with actual me. I do love the idea of like having like proper kind of more kind of consistent branding, I guess. I really need to get back to paying more attention to my stream and like upgrading and updating the stream. I really need to pay more attention to it. It's been so long since I've had the energy though. Anyway, right. We were going to go and see if we can find some more sulfur quickly before we call it a day. Because we need to make more sulfuric acid. If it doesn't crash on me. There we go. Once we upgrade our hostile neural network setup a little bit, we can start using that to get sulfur. Speaking of which, let's go see if we can get over to this sulfur. The only problem with the sulfur is it's usually quite low down, and there's quite a lot of lava low down. So trying to get to sulfur is a bit of a pain. What the hell is all that? Oh, that's sulfur. I think we'll leave that lot. Had your MC skin since TechIt first launched. And you're enjoying Foundry so much more than Satisfactory. It is a great game, isn't it? Oh my god, there's so much sulfur everywhere and just I can't actually find any of it or get to any of it. There's a tiny bit there, but that is only a tiny bit. There's like huge sulfur veins everywhere, just no way of getting to them because most of it is probably below the lava. I'm hoping I can find more of a surface level sulfur vein. Made the mistake of getting Cache Cleaner Simulator. There's so many of those like simulator type games around these days, isn't there? Oh, Electrotenol. Oh, can we mark that? If we scan... I've lost where that huge bit of sulfur potentially was. Ah, right over this way a little bit. Right, I'm going to just try and dig down a little bit. Actually, you know what? Let's do that for now. Right, we're about in the right place here. Please don't be lava. Aha! We have sulfur. And I've just realised something. My drill's back at home. So, what exactly is Cache Cleaner Simulator? I'm assuming it's kind of a money laundering kind of deal. I mean, that's where my brain goes with it. It's not just a randomly just cleaning cash. Just there with like kind of a dollar bill just wiping it clean. I imagine that's not what it is. There's still a lot of lava nearby. Oh shit. I almost burnt myself to death. That wouldn't have been ideal. For reference purposes. I mean, you can probably kind of guess. Like, to be fair, the art style is probably... Like, the direct kind of correlation of the art style is probably not going to work, just because the characters tend to have, like, incredibly thin arms and just limbs in general. Which doesn't really work with the Minecraft, with the generic skin. But it would be very cool if you came up with something. Assuming you're okay with me using it, of course. I don't want to make that assumption. Love a lava sponge about now. How much sulfur have we actually got from that? Oh, okay, we've actually got a decent amount. We're not doing too badly. Okay, let's see if we can get a little bit more. Preferably without dying to lava. Thankfully, it's quite easy to stop lava flowing too far. I was going to post it to Skindex, so it's free use. Ah, okay. Cool. Ah, I'm losing stuff. Okay, I think we might have to call this good because it's starting to get a little bit precarious in here now. Although there is so much sulfur. Okay, that's going to have to do. We've also got a shitload of sphalerite. And a little bit of pyrite. Alright, that will do. I don't think I've actually... Can I set... Okay, I can set a home point. I didn't think I had any left. Alright, so let's put the sulfur... Wait, what's the best way for us to get the most out of our sulfur? Not that it really matters too much. But if we macerate... Is it worth washing? Probably. Depends. We'll wash... we'll do like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We'll do like 12 stacks for now. And then we'll wash it so long as we don't need the ore washer for anything else. Wait, why is... Oh, hell. I sure also got that in 2 places now as well. Whoops. Okay, that's fine. That's alright. Well, I'll have to fix... Actually, we'll fix that now. That's not going to be much of an issue, I don't think. Come on. Give me the rest of it. Alright. And lock again. Replace. And relink. Perfect. Okay. And let's charge the batteries. That doesn't need charging. Right, how's our stainless steel doing? Alright, we've got a little bit. Let's put this through to be smelted. Well, I say smelted. EBF'd. Oh, shh. Wait. Why isn't that? Oh, shit. I didn't even think about that. We can't do that till tomorrow. We need HV power, which means we need the MV energy hatches. God damn it. Okay, we'll do that tomorrow. But we did most of what we did today. We've technically got stainless steel. It is just in dust form right now. We can't smelt it until we've upgraded these to both have MV2 2 MV energy hatches so we can get HV power into it. We'll do that tomorrow. In order to get those, we do need... what do we need? For the MV energy hatches, though, we do need the medium voltage coils. Those are fine. Those just take magnetic steel rods, aluminium wire, and an MV assembler. But these, the ULPIC chips, need a cutter, an MV cutter at that. And ULPIC wafers, which require a laser engraver and a lens. So we need to do those tomorrow. And for those, we also need silicon wafers, which means we need monocrystalline silicon balls, which actually we are going to start going now. Because they take a while, and I'm going to leave those to go while I get some food after the stream. But we're going to do these. Each one of these needs 32, so we need 8 stacks of silicon. Right, and we'll put these into here. What do we need actually circuit-wise for these? Circuit 2, but they need to be changed. And there we go. Because each one of those takes 450 seconds to craft. All right, on that note, though, I am going to call it a day. It has been a good day. We've made a decent amount of progress. We managed to get slightly caught up with logic gates and stuff that wasn't necessary as such. It was fun, and I'm glad I did get it sorted. Let me go and have a quick check and see if anybody is live. I might just call it, though, because I do need to rush off and go to the bathroom. Let's go and see Banana. He is currently playing Sevtech Ages. I believe he is in Age 1 at the minute. He's probably been enjoying his time playing with Shoggoths. It's always fun. Anyway, guys, we're going to head on over there. As far as the raid is concerned, all I need you guys to do is copy the raid message, /me, #Chaver Copy that. Once we get over there, paste that into the chat along with any heart emojis you have available. They don't need to be mine. Any will do. Just show him a little bit of love. He is a good guy. I am going to have to rush out straight away, so give my apologies. I will be there soon, but I do need to go to the bathroom pretty... So, I will be there shortly. But anyway, enjoy the rest of your day, everybody. Have an amazing one. Thank you all for the follows and all the bits and the raids and everything else today. As always, you guys are amazing. But I will see you all tomorrow. Wait, it is Thursday tomorrow, right? Not Friday. Yeah, okay, so it is another Monifactory day. Okay, I will see you all tomorrow. Take care of yourselves.